The story begins with the fact that the Hadalamid imperial family fell due to such baseness as treason. She knew that this day would come someday, and she always told her father about the need to change the system. Forbidden alchemy used to establish an absolute monarchy, homunculus. They were sent to dangerous battles. The knights were treated well, but they were no different from slaves. It is quite natural that the homunculi harbored a grudge against the august persons who incited anger. Her father, Desmond II, simply ignored the danger, trying to turn a blind eye to it. However, Bridget, the third princess, became the heir, only worsened the situation. After she was named crown princess, the exploitation of slaves intensified several times. Homunculi sent on long-term missions were killed in dangerous battles or died from labor. And those who listened at the palace ended up in her harem, where their knightly dignity was completely trampled. She could no longer tolerate it, and began to look for precedents in history for depriving the title of heir to the throne. But Bridget, for whom she had become a thorn in her side, used her to arrange a political marriage. In just a week, all the homunculus knights of the palace were gathered by him to start an uprising. This man was the king of the homunculi, Michael Agnito, who was able to resist the will of the emperor. His mind was not clouded by the power of the imperial family, and he had outstanding leadership abilities. Having beheaded her father, who blindly believed in the power of submission, he became the new ruler and gave his first order. All members of the Hadalamid family were executed, and only she, Yuan, and her sister Rosinette remained alive. A month has passed since she was imprisoned here, waiting in the wings before the unknown. However, she was sure that soon only Rosinette, who had won Michael's favor, would remain. The Philosopher's Stone only reacts to the blood of the August, so they need to leave at least one. Rosinette, in love with Michael, and ready to do anything for him, turned out to be the ideal option. Yuan would not want to live in such conditions, and she only needs to regret the wrong choice of the heiress. At that same second, the door opened and a man entered the room, asking if the seventh princess was sleeping. Michael, the personal knight of her half-sister Rosinette, and the instigator of the uprising, entered her chambers. It seemed to him that she did not expect to see him at such a late hour, for absolutely no reason. When asked what brought him here, he replied that he just came to check on her and see if she was comfortable. Lowering her head, the girl asked why visit her at such an hour, because he should be busy with usurpation. Michael smiled slightly, answering that it was true. He had been busy with important matters for the last month, but he finally had time to visit her. She replied that she did not need his care. The man was silent for several seconds, looking at the dissatisfied expression on the blonde girl's face. Approaching her, he said that she was angry during her imprisonment, but she had the right to blame him for this. But this does not mean that he has nothing to say. Brushing it aside, Yuan asked him to move away. Michael said that she should choose him. The girl froze, and then looked at him in surprise. He added that she wouldn't have to go through this if she chose him as her personal knight. Members of the imperial family choose one of the homunculus knights to serve as their personal subordinate. Chosen by a princess or prince, the homunculus had to serve his master with absolute loyalty. Yuan rejected such a system, so she did not have a personal knight, which is why she was criticized by her family. In contrast to her, Rosie fell in love with Michael and ruthlessly got rid of her knight in order to choose him. And from the very beginning, he planned to use it exclusively to achieve his goals. Without raising her head, Yuan turned to Michael, asking that she simply had to choose him. He answered with consent, because if she didn't expect a death sentence now, then the girl understood. It didn't matter to him who played the role of the stupid puppet princess. The main thing was to get the job done. Placing his hand on his head, the man sighed heavily, after which he replied that she was right in calling her difficult. Suddenly, a servant burst into the room and said that something was wrong with the child in the Empress's womb. Hearing this news, Michael turned around, saying that he had to go, adding that they would see each other soon. Yuan was left alone, her hands trembling, when she decided that he was referring to the next meeting at her execution. She thought that she was already accustomed to constant fear and loneliness, but this was not entirely true. A few minutes later, someone entered her room again, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, even saw the smiling 8th Princess Rosinette, who was her pregnant sister. Remaining seated, Yuan hesitantly agreed with Rosie, adding that she looked good. Noticing her belly, Eve was surprised that she was really pregnant from Michael, which was practically a miracle. The reason was that the homunculus was deprived of reproductive function and could not have children. Rosie noted that she found it difficult to believe this, after which she decided to clarify that she did not cheat on him. Ewan began to brush it off, answering that everything was wrong, because she was simply surprised by this turn of events. Sitting down next to her sister, Rosinette said in a friendly manner that she could find out about it right now. She thinks that the fruit of their love was created thanks to the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Ewan said that if she was looking for Michael, then he had just left after her. Apparently they missed each other. Rosie replied that she came to see her because today was the day of her execution, so she was worried. Ewan was dumbfounded by this news, because no one told her that it would take place today. Her sister looked at her from the side with a smile on her face, asking her if she knew how their family was executed, after which she clarified that until now, they had been executed by personal knights, who were only too happy. The opportunity to personally kill the man they hated was Michael's generous gift. There is nothing sweeter than revenge. For example, Bridget was burned and suffered for a very long time. She must have imagined instant death by guillotine, and now looks extremely shocked. In fact, a homunculus had already been chosen to escort her to the place of execution, even though she did not have a knight. Smiling, Rosinette said that the choice fell on the one who wished to personally take her life. It was the one who most wanted her death, namely Michael himself, who came to her today. What she's trying to say is that no one else hates her as much as he does, and there could be a reason for that. Because she did not appoint a personal knight, he decided that she was a hypocrite. Rosie clarified that he hated her very much, thereby fueling her resignation and disappointment. At that very second, she took a bottle out of her pocket, asking if she knew how she would be executed today. Ewan asked Rosie to stop because she didn't want to hear anything more about it at the moment. However, your sister opposed you, saying that she should know that she would be beheaded in a brutal way. Thus, where death occurs only after 6, or maybe 10 blows with a blunt axe. At that moment, Ewan began to tremble, and tears began to flow from her eyes when she declared that she did not want this. In response to this, Rosinette smiled, asking her sister not to worry, because she had come to help her. With a sharp movement, she held out the mysterious bottle that she had been holding in her hands all this time. Rosie explained that this is belladonna poison. If you drink it, you can die quickly and painlessly. It was much better than waiting for her end in agony, especially since her execution had already been scheduled. Ewan looked in horror at the bottle that she took from her sister's hands, and her heart was pounding. The girl relaxed slightly, after which she thanked her sister for having to do this. Rosie again asked her not to worry, because it was her own choice, and she would take care of everything. Ewan replied that she didn't want her to be punished, but Rosinette just smiled friendly. Deciding that they had nothing more to talk about, Ewan said goodbye to her sister, and she reciprocated. However, the guest remained sitting in her place, while Ewan asked with interest if she would leave. Squeezing the hand in which Eve held the bottle, Rosie asked how she could leave when she had not yet drunk. With a caring look, Rosinette explained that someone should remember her last breath in this world. She helped her sister open the bottle, and then handed it to her, asking her to drink it quickly. For a second, it seemed as if Rosie was impatient to see her sister die, as the smell of poison filled her nose. Nervously taking the bottle from her sister's hands, Ewan swallowed the entire contents in one gulp, not leaving a drop. As soon as she emptied the bottle, she immediately felt weak throughout her body, dropping the empty vessel. In the last seconds of her life, Ewan heard this, not believing that her sister had arranged this on purpose. Rosinette said that now she has no obstacles, only she and Michael, and the throne are left. Everything is hers. Smiling, she thanked her stupid sister for dying voluntarily without asking any more questions. After some time, Michael returned to her chambers, displeasedly asking what happened here. He walked up to Eve and touched her cheek with his hand, which even through the glove felt cold. He swallowed nervously, thinking only that all he could do was keep her close, away from danger. Then he again loudly asked what happened here, to which Rosie replied that her sister committed suicide. She decided to take responsibility as a member of the imperial family and repent by being punished. Turning his head in her direction in disbelief, the man asked in a rude tone how she knew this. Continuing to smile, Rosenet calmly replied that she saw everything with her own eyes. This news aroused Michael's suspicion, so he asked if the princess herself had given her the poison. The girl noticed the man's frightening gaze, but agreed, adding that she helped her sister repent and leave. It seemed to her that he could not make a decision, and she, as his partner, helped him make the right choice. An unyielding imperial person is a disaster for the country, so having her alone next to him is enough. But before she had time to finish speaking, Michael suddenly glared at her with a menacing look, asking her to close her mouth. Rosie shuddered with fright, after which she asked in surprise whether he was really angry with her. However, the man did not answer, slowly picking up Even, taking her in his arms, under the dumbfounded look of Rosenite. Suddenly, she started screaming, asking why he was ignoring her, because she was his wife. Keeping a cold tone, Michael asked the princess to move out of the way to let him pass. The subordinate men decided to calm Rosie, who loudly ordered not to touch her. Then she turned to Michael and said that if he did not stop behaving like this, she would make him regret it. The man froze, listening to Rosenit say that she was carrying his child, thus deciding to manipulate him. Although he used alchemy to conceive, he inquired about its health every day, calling it precious blood. To Rosie's surprise, Michael only chuckled, and a grin appeared on his face when he realized what she wanted to do. Then he answered the princess that, after all, she was a little confusing the experiment with pregnancy. He explained that the philosopher's stone reacts only to the imperial blood, and he rules over the homunculi. Therefore, he wanted to take possession of the philosopher's stone by borrowing her womb and mixing her blood with his. Rosenite screamed in hysterics that this does not change the fact that this is their child together. Michael thought that she didn't even know whose seed was in her, although she spoke about it so proudly. It was too generous to call him a child, because what she has in her belly is an alchemical experiment. Therefore, one cannot be sure whether it will be born as a monster or a human. Hearing this, Rosie was shocked. The man reminded her that that's what she called them, and now she's pretending like nothing happened. But he ordered the princess to be taken away, who struggled and screamed, asking how he dared treat her like that. But most of all, she was worried about who her sister was, that he treated his wife so badly. However, he said nothing as he carried Eve down the hallway, saying that she never let him be there. He walked forward, thinking about what to do next and what to do, after which he called an advisor to him. The price was not important, and even if he had to call all the magicians and alchemists of the empire, he had to revive Ivan. The seventh princess of the empire, Yuan Cloel Hadalamid, is a celebrity among the homunculi. She demanded better treatment for them and abandoned the tradition of the imperial family for their benefit. The princess who was despised by everyone, there was no homunculus who would not look at her with respect. There were many who wanted to become her personal knight, but she did not allow anyone to take this place. He stopped trying to become the seventh princess's knight due to her steadfastness and refusal to follow the rules. However, he couldn't stop looking at her every time she suffered terrible treatment and contempt. Due to her rejection of bad practices, it was very difficult for her to contact her family, who did not respect her choice. He was discovering something in himself, although nothing like this had ever happened to him. And when he finally understood everything, you could no longer escape from these feelings that devoured him from the inside. A member of the imperial family and a homunculus, a connection that was never meant to be. Michael suddenly froze when he heard the maids say that the seventh princess's wedding was coming soon. And it seems that she is leaving for a distant country. Most likely this is a political marriage. One might say that she was simply sold. Out of anger, the man tightly grasped the hilt of his sword, deciding that such a fate was not destined to come true. Therefore, he took possession of the imperial palace. There are no more obstacles. All that remains is to keep her close. He thought so, but fate turned away from him, presenting a very deplorable gift to his life. And now the man was sitting on the sofa with the girl on his lap, looking at the huge philosopher's stone. An advisor approached him, saying that it had been 4 days since he had eaten, although he had managed to seize the throne for an extra long time. Then he added that it is impossible to revive a dead person, and now we need to deal with the current situation. Without looking in his direction, Michael asked if the philosopher's stone didn't work the miracles that were talked about so much. To use it, you need the blood of the Hadalamid family. Then he ordered Rosenith to be brought, and her head cut off. The advisor replied that the eighth princess was the last member of the fallen family, so she needed to be left alive. This is necessary in order to seize the power of the philosopher's stone, but in response to this, the man asked why he needed it. Stroking the girl on the cheek, he said that Eve was dead, and he no longer needed either the philosopher's stone or the empire. The advisor was dumbfounded by such a statement and wanted to answer something, when suddenly a subordinate approached him. As soon as she reported the news, he announced to His Majesty that the sage from the spruce forest had arrived. Michael said that he heard that he knew a way to revive Eve, and he was ready to pay any amount. The sage replied that, with all due respect, he would only receive a breathing doll, not capable of living on its own. The soul of the seventh princess has already separated from the body and dispersed. Returning everything is beyond the realm of possibility. Therefore, the true resurrection that he desires is impossible, no matter how much he wants it. Michael said that his answer was no different from those he had heard before, and he was wasting his time. However, the sage answered negatively that he wanted to offer another method that could solve everything. All that was needed was to turn back time. Upon hearing this, the man immediately asked if this was really possible. The masked figure replied that the price was high, and he would have to use half of the philosopher's stone. Looking at the girl again, Michael replied that the price does not matter. He only needs the result. Not wanting to argue, the sage agreed, deciding to begin preparations for the ceremony so as not to waste time. A few minutes later, he had prepared the table on which Ivan was lying. The sage took out a book of spells. He also decided to clarify that before starting, His Majesty should know one more important thing. Since the stone is associated with imperial blood, the central axis of time regression will not be him, but Her Highness. The man was surprised, looking at Eve again, saying that this means that only she will remember everything. Although he won't be able to meet her again, she still has a chance to meet him and change the course of history. As he stroked her cheek, he wondered if she wouldn't choose him again, and if he would be in despair because of this. He also wondered if he would make a bad decision again, but the sage replied that he did not know. After a few seconds, the man pulled away, saying that it didn't matter, and then asked to perform the ritual. At that same second, words in an unknown language came out of the sage's tongue, which were clearly an activating spell. When Michael saw a flash of bright light, he decided to hug his beloved one last time. Touching her face with his nose, he said that when she was alive again, she should either kill him or choose him. Events from the past instantly flashed through Evan's head, including Rosie, who supposedly came to help her. But a few seconds later, she asked with a crazy smile if her sister had finally died. I only realized that this was her goal from the very beginning, because she was the last member of the imperial family. She remembered the man's words, who said that she should have chosen him as her personal knight. Eve realized that he was going to replace Rosie with her, but she, being the owner, would not let this happen. It was all a trap, but she didn't want to die that way and tried to figure out when it all went wrong. When the father weakened his position and lost control, or when Bridget became the crown princess. As she flew into the abyss of the unknown, Eve asked herself if she became her, anything would change. If you remember, she simply turned a blind eye to those who needed her help, and now she dreamed of a second chance. Suddenly, her eyes opened convulsively, and the girl noticed that she woke up all in tears. She jumped up, breathing heavily, only hearing birds singing outside the window, and the room was illuminated by sunlight. The girl was surprised that she was alive, after which she began to look around the room, asking where she was. She remembered that she had definitely been locked up, after which Rosie came and gave her poison, which ended her life. He didn't understand why he was in his bedroom, because it had been destroyed a long time ago. But it was definitely not a dream or an illusion. Nothing had changed since she used this room. Trying to understand what was happening, Ewan went to the mirror and stood on her tiptoes, staring at herself in shock. Grabbing her face, Eve loudly asked why she was so young and looked about 20 years old. Looking around the room again, the girl decided that she had somehow managed to return to the past. However, this cannot be. She decided that she suffered so much in captivity that she completely went crazy. Her mind could not perceive reality, which made it very difficult for even to think and reason soberly. Time regression is high-level magical alchemy. You need to be a sage to do it. She definitely had to meet with the teacher and find out everything. And now Eve wanted to see him here. Ewan decided to first calm down and think about what happened, and how she ended up alive, and even in the past. Judging by the room and her face, she is somewhere in her 20s, which means she has been transported back in time several years ago. And if this is so, the third Princess Bridget has not yet become Crown Princess and has not received the proper power. The leader of the rebellion, Sir Agnito, and Rosie, who gave her the poison, have not yet met each other and fallen in love. In other words, she is at the very beginning, and this time she may be able to change the fate of the Empire. Suddenly, she raised her head, firmly deciding that she could definitely do this, because she had been given a second chance. Now her desire was to become the Crown Princess for the sake of everyone, and so that the war would not start again. At that very moment, her personal maid Stella came into her room, saying that she woke up early today. Even, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at the girl in surprise that she looked very young today. The maid was surprised by such a compliment and replied that this was the effect of the mask she used yesterday. Eve noticed that Stella also looked younger. She had definitely returned to the past, so she needed to find out what time. The girl decided to ask if there were any important events in the coming days to focus on. The maid replied that next week would be the 20th birthday of the 8th Princess Rosanith. Hearing this news, Ewan shuddered, unconsciously feeling the embrace of her younger sister. If she turns 20, then Eve is now 21. She has gone back in time a full 8 years. The girl decided not to show it, answering that it would be a great holiday, trying not to be nervous. Stella smiled, explaining that the 20th anniversary for the imperial family is a special date. On this day, they choose their personal homunculus knights in a special election ceremony. This ceremony is the flower of imperial events and the dream of many, a special bond that appears after the oath. It is said that the homunculi are lined up to become the personal knight of the 8th princess. The White Rose. Sipping tea, Ewan whispered that she was not a white rose, but the belladonna of the Empire, which suited her much better. Suddenly, the girl noticed that Stella was frozen, so she decided to ask her directly about it. The maid replied that the funniest thing is that it has already been decided who will get the place of her personal knight. After all, just today, a special article was published in the newspaper, which said a lot about this. The maid asked if she remembered the unusual homunculus with silver hair at the ceremony. Knight Sylvestian Millard, he truly suits Rosanite, who is the White Rose of the Empire. He is, of course, good with both sword and magic, but he differs from the rest in his hair. However, for the most part, it didn't matter, because homunculi are just decorations for the August. And having met Michael 3 years later, she will mercilessly get rid of Sylvestian, forgetting about him at that very second. It would have been better if Rosanith had simply chosen him, but the truth was completely different, more sinister. Michael became close to the 8th princess only for the sake of the rebellion, while not having any feelings for her. But he used Rosanite to seize the throne and lead the empire to collapse, just as he had originally planned. Therefore, she must stop him in this life to prevent a terrible disaster for her family. There is nothing left to do but keep Rosie and Michael as far away from each other as possible and prevent them from getting closer. Ewan thought about this, forgetting about Stella's presence, which brought her out of her thoughts with her voice. She stated that there are many homunculi willing to offer their loyalty to her, so it is worth thinking about it. The girl ironically asked that they want to swear allegiance to a princess who has nothing. The maid immediately lit up and replied that she was telling the truth, because she had a good reputation among the homunculi. While enjoying the tea, Ewan asked her to stop, because she would rather take care of herself and succeed in the future. After all, then she would find Stella an excellent husband with a high income and position in society. She thought that Eve was joking. Suddenly, the maid stopped smiling, whispering that it would be nice if she too chose a personal knight. Knowing that Ewan heard her, the maids apologized, because she knows that the lady does not like to talk about this. Closing her eyes, Ewan replied that everything was fine, because she perfectly understood Stella's experiences. She knew that the maid was simply worried about her, but there was some truth in her words. The girl apologized to her for causing her problems due to her stubbornness, but this will soon change. Looking at her maid, Ewan realized that she had gone through a lot because of her low position. Since her mother was an alchemist, Eve's was considered a half-breed, and besides, she passed away when Eve was little. She had authority in the field of golem alchemy and valued literally everything that had consciousness and ego. Even, like her, was sure that homunculi are no different from people and have their own feelings and experiences. Therefore, she always asked for better treatment, but ended up becoming a thorn in the side of the imperial family. At some point, they began to ignore her and cut living expenses and other small things, but she just now wondered how difficult it was for Stella to help her survive in such conditions. It must have been that after her past life, Stella was simply kicked out of the castle and allowed to live. With these thoughts, she grabbed the maid's hand, confidently promising her to arrange a luxurious life. Stella blushed and smiled, thanking the lady, but she also had something to say in response to this statement. Kneeling down, the maid said that she must remember that if the lady has a good life, then so does she. Such a revelation made Yuan blush, after which she suggested that they start living well together. Smiling, the princess thought that she would live this life calmly, because now her reality was here. She is obliged to do everything in her power, because now an event is happening 8 years ago. This means that Michael is still in a floating prison, and this problem needs to be solved immediately. But to do this, first she must meet her father, who resolves all such issues. The ruler of the Hadelamid Empire allowed polygamy, so the emperor could have several wives with him. Because of this, her father has 18 children, potential heirs, who seek to gain his recognition. And every morning, 4 to 5 princesses and princes are randomly selected to greet him. She would like to ask her father for something, but even as a princess, she has to expect an audience with him. Therefore, there will be no better chance than this. Not today, she is also going to the morning greeting. Eve asked who else would be there, to which Stella replied that the 4th and 5th princes, whom she did not want to see. But the 3rd and 8th princesses will also be present. This news made Eve shudder. After all, these princesses are Bridget and Rosinette, who are currently her main enemies. She was with them at the morning greeting only that day, and she never had another opportunity. It was the day she fell into Bridget's trap, which made her father extremely unhappy with Yuan. After that day, she finally fell out of favor with her father, who no longer wanted to see her. Of course, since she returned to the past, that day of her return must be a turning point. She was thinking about what was the best thing to do, and Stella immediately began to ask what she was thinking about so seriously. To distract the mistress from her gray thoughts, the maid suggested that she dress up as best as possible. Suddenly, it dawned on Yuan, and she agreed with the maid, sitting in front of the mirror, deciding to start with her appearance. Letting down her long hair, the princess decided that from now on, she would no longer be an ugly duckling. Even decided to wear a beautiful red dress, which is why Stella said that she should also try to work on her hair. If she is too graceful or charming, she will definitely be compared, so it is important to find a balance. Yuan confirmed that she had no intention of competing head-to-head with them. Stella replied that this was a wise idea. One wanted to strengthen her political position, and the other wanted to help Eve strengthen her position. Stella pointed out that if you think about it, today she is very active in choosing her appearance for an audience. Smiling, the princess agreed. From now on, she will try her best, because she has no choice. The maid was full of enthusiasm and joy, so she said that she would do her best. Suddenly, Yuan thought, since she knows the future, maybe she can use it to her advantage. Then she turned to Stella, saying that Sister Bridget was raising her hair in a braid. At the same time, Rose Knight will have 2 low ponytails, but these were just her assumptions. The maid decided to trust her intuition, and she already had ideas about what hairstyle to give her. The princess agreed with her, after which she took out a small box, asking her to decorate the rest as she said. After an hour of preparation, Yuan, accompanied by Stella, walked towards the imperial palace. The maid urged her several times, saying that they would be late if they did not hurry, so they did not slow down. Turning around, Yuan agreed with her, adding that she was simply carried away by preparing tea for her father. If it weren't for these observer golems, they would have instantly reached through her deformation, although magic is prohibited in the palace. They walked forward, not noticing how the female figure looked after them, with eyes full of surprise. Thinking about her own thoughts, Yuan froze when she heard someone calling in her direction, and she knew who that voice belonged to. Turning around, she saw Rosie, who smiled friendlily, wondering how her sister was doing. Looking at the girl, Eve thought that she was bathed in love and received everything she could wish for. She carried the child Michael, and even the throne was in her hands. But this seemed not enough to her. But only in order to remain the only member with the blood of the august. She killed her in such a vile way. Now she saw in front of her not a sister, but an enemy who killed her for the sake of her selfish interests. Rosenit tilted her head, curiously asking her sister what was wrong with her, because she looked quite strange. Eve realized that now was not the time to give in to emotions, so she replied that she was stunned by her beauty. Rosie was delighted with this compliment, which is why she smiled sweetly, thanking her sister. Taking a closer look, she replied that Ewan had also put a lot of effort into preparing her morning outfit. They laughed at this comment, while Eve thought that she never gave empty compliments. Suddenly, she noticed behind her sister a gray-haired night homunculus who had been silent all this time. Ewan said in a friendly manner that she had never met her companion before, hinting at an acquaintance. Rosie said that it was Sylvestian Millard, a knight from the Imperial Guard who was accompanying her. Ewan was surprised by the escort on the palace grounds. She uses it even before her appointment as a personal knight. The Imperial Guard knight placed his hand on his heart and bowed as he greeted the seventh princess. This was a person who was abandoned by Rosenite like a second-hand item, but this time she would not allow such a thing to happen. The girl said that she had heard a lot about him because he was a knight and was talented in both fencing and magic. She believes that he will become one of the best knights and will worthily protect the one to whom he takes the oath. Therefore, she sincerely wishes that he meets a good owner who will take him to the top. Hearing such speech, the man was surprised, opening his eyes wide, after which he apologized for his rudeness. He smiled, saying that he was so touched by her words that he forgot to answer, because he rarely hears something like that. Ewan was surprised, deciding out loud that Sylvestian must have heard praise addressed to him quite often. The man replied that in the desert, when they see him for the first time, they are usually interested in his unusual hair color. When he said this, Rosenit shuddered slightly, realizing that he was talking about her as well. For several seconds, they stood silently and looked at each other. Sylvestian was calm, and Rosie frowned. To dispel the awkward pause, Ewan said that they were late, so she suggested that Rosie go quickly. When they arrived at the main palace, a servant immediately announced that the seventh and eighth princesses had arrived. Entering the spacious hall, in which there was a huge table in the center, 3 people were already waiting for them. Stunned, Stella thought that everyone looked exactly as the princess said. Both girls curtsied, politely greeting their sister and brothers, and asking about their health. Bridget answered this question, asking the 2 of them to quickly take their seats so as not to waste time. Both princesses immediately sat down next to each other, while their movements were full of fluidity. The joyful brothers immediately turned to Rosie, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, which is why they were very bored. Such flattering comments brought a smile to Rosenit's face, who replied that the brothers were too generous to her. They continued to say that every blade of grass and leaf in the palace existed to highlight a flower like her. Rubens put his hand on his brother's shoulder, saying that all the greenery in this room also blooms for the benefit of his sister. In the imperial family, where everyone is golden-haired, the lime-blonde Ewan is a symbol of low birth. The brothers discussed her, saying that it was wonderful when everything was obvious, that she was only half of imperial blood. She would never be able to hide her origins, and this terribly upset her throughout her life. But she decided that it was okay, because they were just enjoying it so much, and now she was ready for it. Contrary to their comments, Eve suddenly smiled, making it clear that she was not upset at all. Now was not the time to respond to such obscene taunts, but she surprised the brothers. They immediately leaned towards each other, confusedly whispering that Eve was somehow different today. Looking at the stunned brothers, Ewan thought that this was natural, because in this life everything would be different. Now only 2 people are important to her, Bridget and Rosenit, whom she baptized as her rivals. However, for the first victory, she must capture the attention of one more person who is about to arrive. At that same moment, the door opened, and the servant loudly announced that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived. Seeing her father, the princess immediately tensed, because now she needed to use all her efforts and luck. When the head of the family took his place, he asked if everything was fine with his children. Everyone answered in the affirmative, Emperor Desmond Dominic Callisto smiled slightly as he announced that they could begin. Then he turned his head towards the servants, asking them to bring tea. They bowed down, accepting the order. They were stopped by Even's voice, who said that she had prepared tea, and then asked permission to treat him. Stunned by such news, your father already asked if she had prepared it especially for him. The girl replied that this was her hobby. She was confident in the taste and aroma, so she asked permission to treat him. Clasping his hands, the man replied that he had no reason to refuse, especially when his daughter suggested it. Stella immediately approached the emperor with a teapot in her hands, after which she began to fill Desmond's cup. Taking the cup in his hands, the man inhaled the steam, after which he declared that the aroma of this tea was truly magnificent. He even announced that it was rooibos with lemon juice and it was great for relieving headaches. The emperor drank a little, after which he asked if it was true, still surprised by his daughter's action. Eve answered in the affirmative, because she had recently noticed that her father was wrinkling his forehead and decided that he had a headache. Desmond smiled, saying that she was very attentive to him, because he was really suffering from a headache. Ewan replied that she was very particular about making tea, and had been learning how to brew it since last week. The father said that he liked this wonderful tea, and he already felt the pain go away. One of the brothers said that he thought that Eves was only interested in alchemy, but now she revealed another talent to them. The princess thanked her brother, explaining that the art of tea is in some ways very similar to alchemy. First, you should carefully select all the ingredients, weigh them, and then mix everything in the correct proportions. The reason why she was able to prepare such wonderful tea is because of the talent her father passed on to her. The man laughed and said that Eve is a really talented alchemist, at which time Eve looked at her sister. Bridget looked in her direction in disbelief, while Desmond said that she was like a young copy of him. Ewan replied that he was exaggerating, especially in front of her third sister, who was much superior to her. The brothers immediately began to whisper, saying that the child, with icy indifference, suddenly decided to get his father's attention. At this time, Rosenit decided that her sister was trying to copy her, but did not understand what caused this. Suddenly, Desmond laughed, saying that it all sounded like she was afraid of her older sister. At that same second, Bridget smiled and said that she was very glad that she had such a smart sister like her. Suddenly, Rubens raised his voice, reminding her that Rosie's birthday is coming soon, and she will have a personal night. This event is worthy of celebration throughout the entire empire. Rosenit replied that everyone undergoes such a ceremony. Embarrassed, Rosie added that she was a little worried about her conduct, because she was ashamed to admit something. She has no talent for magic or alchemy, so she is not sure that she can properly capture the night. The emperor asked not to worry about this, because each member of their family is capable of capturing at least one homunculus. The girl replied that the more unusual the homunculus, the more skills would be required for this, so she was worried. Rosie suddenly looked at her sister, declaring that if she were like Sister Eve, such things wouldn't bother her. After that, silence fell in the hall, while Ewan, sipping tea, mentally thanked Rosenit. Desmond confirmed that she is very capable, but she has no desire to acquire a personal knight. Contrary to tradition, he didn't want to hear her excuse, because she would still refuse again, as stubborn as her mother. Putting the cup on the saucer, Ewan stated that this was not so, which puzzled her father, who decided to ask again about it. Eve mentally told Rosie that she would take advantage of the opportunity given to her to improve her life. She then said that she used to think too narrowly, and even made her father worry because of her beliefs. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly from her seat, while the emperor looked as surprised as possible. Placing her hand on her chest, the princess stated that she had thought a lot last night, deciding that she needed a personal knight. The stunned glances of Bridget and Rosenit, who did not expect such a turn, immediately rushed in her direction. However, her brothers looked even more surprised and gaped, not believing their ears. Her father's loud voice immediately echoed throughout the room as he asked if she was serious, hoping he hadn't misheard. Hearing her agreement, Desmond laughed that she had finally come to her senses, and then invited her to sit next to her. Looking at Even, who headed towards the emperor, Rosie thought that things were taking a strange turn. When asked when she wanted to hold the ceremony, Eve replied that she would like everything to take place without formalities. Desmond suggested that if she wanted to sort this out quickly, then she already had a homunculus in mind. The princess agreed with his assumptions, explaining that this someone was the monster of the floating prison, Michael Agnito. As soon as this name was heard, deathly silence fell in the hall again. No one dared to speak first. A few seconds later, Rubens jumped up from his seat and asked loudly what she was thinking about. He refused to take the oath of allegiance and was imprisoned, a monster that not even his father could force into submission. With feigned awkwardness, Yuan asked her brother if he wanted to call His Majesty's actions a failure. Desmond frowned as his son tried to justify himself, saying that the problem was with the homunculus itself. Realizing that he had miscalculated, the guy immediately looked guilty and apologized to his father. The emperor decided to explain to Ivan that this scoundrel is a dangerous guy who has not yet undergone the election ceremony. This is a ceremony in which the homunculi are brainwashed into absolute loyalty to the imperial family. If Michael had been an ordinary homunculus, he would have been eliminated the moment something went wrong. But, thanks to his exceptional abilities, his punishment was limited to imprisonment in a floating prison. Her desire to capture someone like him would be seen as a challenge to the power of the imperial family. Yuan asked if homunculi didn't have to go through a selection ceremony before being released into the world. The inability to honorably accept the emperor's blessing in such a situation only causes pity. The man agreed, while the daughter continued to say that the very idea of refusing the ceremony seemed strange to her. The princess tried to find a place where she could hit in order to gain the emperor's consent. After all, how can a pitiful homunculus not accept the power of His Majesty? Perhaps the reason lies in the flows of mana. Until now, it has been left only as an exception, while the rest were simply destroyed. Therefore, she would like to settle this matter and have him serve as her personal knight. All this could be solved only with the help of the abilities inherited from him, her own father. The princess raised her head, asking in a firm voice for permission to let her solve this problem. The emperor was in thought for several seconds, after which he gave a satisfactory answer, which pleased Eve. However, the man frowned, putting his head in his hands and saying that he had one, but important condition. After the audience, Yuan took Stella with her, and they went on a short journey through the snow and cold. A couple of hours later, they reached the homunculi training complex, which was located in the polar region. About 100 newly created homunculi are sent here every year to be raised. Over the next 15 years, they are carefully trained to serve the imperial family. However, not all homunculi are able to pass the exams and receive the first rank, which is their salvation. Only a few can gain the right to serve in the palace as a guard or personal knight. However, even they are only consumables for the imperial family, not to mention the lower-ranking homunculi. Approaching the complex, Even thought that it was strange that the uprising of the homunculi had not yet occurred. Suddenly, she raised her head when she heard an unfamiliar voice that said that she was expecting Her Highness. Bowing, the man in the monocle declared that the seventh princess had honored them with her visit. Smiling, he introduced himself as Baron Pete, who was the manager of this training complex. Yuan replied that it must be difficult for him in such a tense place, but he said that everything was fine. Then he asked to be allowed to escort them to the floating prison, since without him, they would easily get lost. They entered a huge cave, which was illuminated by magical lamps attached to the walls. They walked for quite a long time, when suddenly, Pete decided to take a little interest in the princess's knowledge of the homunculi. He asked if she knew that most homunculi that come out into the world have mostly dark hair. This is because of the limiter used to prevent magic from passing through the mana flow, which is why their hair turns lighter. Yuan replied that she knew this because it was because of this that Sylvestian Millard was so popular among the nobility. Grinning, Pete stated that it was true, although he himself found out about it after he was assigned here. A smile lit up his face when he declared that this was an amazing sight, as mysterious as the metamorphosis of insects. Hearing such a comparison, the princess was slightly disappointed in this man because he made an unsuccessful comparison. Pete said that the one Eve asked for still has the limiter on, so she will see the light of his hair. After 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, and the girl was standing in front of the entrance to another room. She and Stella raised their heads without crossing the threshold of the door, looking at the huge cage hanging over the cliff. With a barely noticeable sound, the platform began to approach the cage, smoothly transporting passengers. When she saw the shackled guy, Pete asked if pink hair was unique. However, the princess did not hear his words, because she did not expect that Michael would be here in such a state. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the guest, who was also looking at him. Suddenly, Pete shouted that he was an arrogant bastard, after which he ordered to show respect to Her Highness. As soon as the guy heard that a princess and a member of the imperial family was standing in front of him, he immediately rushed forward. Pete, dissatisfied with such a spectacle, ordered the whip to be brought to him, but suddenly he was interrupted by Yuan's voice. Having said that this was enough, the girl took several confident steps towards the cage, holding her dress. Pete and Stella immediately said with concern that it was dangerous there, but she replied that she wanted to talk to him in person. They wanted to say something else, but the princess turned around sharply and said in a menacing tone that this was an order. Entering the cage, Eve thought that now everything is different. He is the one who is locked in the cage, and it was she who came to him. Now his situation is so painful, but it is very similar to when he saw her in captivity. She didn't know if he felt satisfied then, after all the hatred he had harbored for so long. Despite this, it seems that Michael from a past life was more kind to her. This was evident from one detail. He had never looked at her with such disgust and contempt as he does now. She remembered his words from her past life when he stated that she should have chosen him, which is why she is here now. Even was glad that she had finally come for him, and now they were literally one step away from each other. Stepping out onto her hand in front of her, she said that first she needed to free him so they could talk. When his shackles and gag disappeared, the guy, rubbing his hands, asked what the princess was doing here. She replied that she had to make him her personal knight, after which she introduced herself as the seventh princess. The guy was surprised, because he heard that the seventh princess flatly refused a personal knight. Eve confirmed his words, but now she urgently needs to strengthen her position as heir. Michael grinned, asking, so she came to cook for him. She must have heard stories about him. And if she so needs a slave, then it is better to find another homunculus. The girl replied that she was not looking for a slave. In a calm tone, the princess stated that she needed exactly him, and no other homunculus would be suitable for this role. Michael asked her to stop, because when she didn't name the collar, it would still be slavery. Still, she is no different from the rest of the members of the imperial family, but he did not hope for anything else. Clenching his hands, the guy wondered why he was so disappointed, because she already knew that they were all like that. Eve said that she could understand why he did not trust her, a member of the August dynasty, but she was not like them. She doesn't need the knight to treat him like trash, and she also doesn't need anyone but him. Having mentioned his name, the princess added that only he could be her knight, but in response, she saw an incredulous look. Michael hesitantly asked why, but the girl could not say this now, because it was not the time yet. Yuan promised that when he became hers, he would learn about everything personally from her as soon as he wanted. She was also able to promise him that she would respect her knight as much as possible. She would also never use the power of imprinting to force him to do anything humiliating. The guy replied in disbelief that this was empty chatter. Imprinting was an absolute magical contract. Eve said that he was right, and she was sorry, but she could only ask for his trust, and then only in words. Walking closer to him and extending her hand, the princess again asked him to become her personal knight. Michael looked in surprise at the girl, from whom no disdain or anger emanated. He thought for a second. Then the guy sharply turned his head away, ordering himself not to even think about it, because this woman was of imperial blood. At that moment, Desmond was beside himself with rage, and his hand trembled, barely restraining himself from hitting the guy. Unable to bear it, the man kicked him down, ordering the monster to obey him and do what he ordered. However, there was no response, so the emperor ordered him to be imprisoned in a floating prison. When the guy first found himself in a cage, he decided that he would never be a slave to the imperial system. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the pleasant voice of Even, who invited him to leave here together, hand in hand. He replied that he hated the ruling family, and no matter what they said, for him they were all the same. But if becoming a personal knight is the only way to leave this place, then he is ready to even go as far as imprinting. Without thinking twice, Yuan sat down next to him and gently took his hand, causing surprise on the guy's face. A second later, the guy said, so that she would know he was not trying to renounce his oath of allegiance to the emperor. And if she is not sure, then it is better to stop now. Something could go wrong, and her life will be in danger. The girl was surprised by such speeches, after which she asked in surprise that he was worried about her. After all, she would never have thought that this was possible. The embarrassed guy immediately turned away from her. Casting aside her doubts, Iwan decided to begin the ceremony, after which she activated the imperial seal. Seeing that this was not easy for the princess, Michael asked if she was okay, receiving an affirmative answer. Suddenly, he felt the cage tremble, after which everything around them began to rumble, blocking his ears. The guy loudly ordered her to stop, otherwise she would faint, but Ewan asked her to better support her. Michael asked in surprise that she was suggesting just standing there and looking at something so reckless. Without losing concentration, the princess replied that everything was fine and she could easily withstand it. She remembered her father's conditions, which stated that if she failed, she would have to kill this monster. Right now, Eve decided that she had to cope at any cost. After these words, the jewelry in her hair burst. The guy immediately recognized the philosopher's stone, or more precisely, it is an alchemical enhancement crystal. Looking at the stones on her head, he immediately realized that these were forbidden high-ranking artifacts. It was these that Ewan took out from a small box, asking Stella to dress her up exactly as she said. The maid was surprised that she wanted to use the jewelry of the late 6th Empress, and at this moment she mentally asked her mother to help her complete the imprinting ritual. Michael, who looked in shock at the girl's efforts, asked out loud if he was worth all this. He did not expect to hear an answer, but Ewan loudly declared that she must definitely take possession of it. Suddenly, a flash appeared between them, after which a golden thread stretched from their chests to each other. Just when she was happy that everything worked out, the cage shook again, and Eve lost her balance. The cage shook so that the princess began to fall with her back straight into the open door, stretching out her hand in front of her. Ewan decided that this was the end, when she suddenly opened her eyes and felt that someone was holding her by the waist. The girl was surprised to notice that Michael's restraints had disappeared, and his hair was taking on a dark shade. Having returned her back to the cage, the guy said that everything was fine now, and she was no longer in danger. Out of embarrassment, the princess jumped to the side, immediately blushing, because this was the first time something like this had happened to her. Michael calmly noticed that everything worked out. Ewan turned her head in his direction, looking carefully. The guy said that it was very strange, and as soon as something threatened her, his body began to move on its own. He then said that it was necessary to put an end to the fact that knights behave like slaves, although this is worse than slavery. Just the thought that a hair will fall from the owner's head makes him shudder. Eve was surprised at such speeches. She wondered if he meant her when he told the owner, but he replied that it was obvious. Plopping down on her knees, Ewan thought that she had truly made Michael her personal knight. Seeing this, the guy asked what happened, to which he received the answer that the ceremony required more strength than it seemed. With a dissatisfied look, Michael reminded that people are weaker than homunculi. You should remember this well. Extending her hand to him, she asked him to take care of her. He, helping her to get up, replied that it was mutual. The next day, when they returned home, Ewan couldn't believe that she received gold as a reward. In addition, her father provided her with more servants, and he was overjoyed when he found out that everything worked out. It's good that they took care of people in advance who would not be happy with successful imprinting. Walking through the palace grounds, the princess was surprised to see Sir Millard walking towards her. He bowed to greet the 7th princess, and then said that he was glad to see her in good health. The girl reciprocated, wondering if he was returning after accompanying his sister Rosie. He confirmed her guesses, trying to politely and tactfully find out where Her Highness had been all this time. Ewan replied that she was returning after the election ceremony, which surprised her interlocutor. The man asked her not to be considered impudent, but he was curious who received the honor of becoming her personal knight. Smiling, the girl thought for a second, and then asked if he had heard of Michael Agnito. He began to strain his memory, after which he was surprised that she was talking about the monster of the floating prison. Suddenly, he began to speak in a barely audible voice about searching for someone worthy, and something about her surroundings, when he suddenly interrupted himself. Tilting her head slightly to the side, the princess called out to him, wanting to ask him what he was talking about. Startled, the man bowed, asking to be allowed to congratulate her on her choice of her personal knight. After Ewan accepted the congratulations, Millard asked permission to take his leave, because he had to go. Looking at the knight's nervous gait, Eve looked after him in surprise, deciding that something had happened to him. 10 minutes later, she entered her chambers, stating that she had returned after noticing Stella fiddling with something. Standing behind the screen, the joyful maid greeted Ewan, asking her to come through, because she was just in time. Entering the room, the princess noticed how Stella pulled back the screen, presenting her personal knight to the princess. Now Michael looked completely different. He had been washed and tidied up and put into uniform. Blushing Ewan could understand why even the picky Rosie couldn't resist him. At that same second, a guy approached her, asking why she was looking like that and whether he looked strange. Ewan jumped back, because it was unexpected, after which she nervously replied that this uniform suits him very well. He said that it was sad that he did not have a sword. Eve replied that later she would definitely choose a good one for him. The guy said that since she captured the knight, she could calmly demand the sword as payment. After all, it is usually issued immediately along with the uniform. But apparently, this rule was ignored. Members of the imperial family consider the homunculus knights to be nothing more than decoration and security. Therefore, everyone tries to choose a weapon for them that would make their personal knight stand out from the rest. The princess completely forgot about this and decided that that's why she wasn't given a good sword to start with. The guy said in a calm voice that he was not asking her to take care of this. He was simply stating the facts. The girl was surprised to notice that he was well informed. It was as if he had already lived in the palace. Michael replied that in the training complex, they were taught everything to the point of exhaustion, even court etiquette. This included the knowledge necessary for life in the palace and all aspects of service to the imperial family. Ewan shuddered when she realized that by all aspects, he meant that very night service. Slowly walking past the guy, the princess felt a very awkward tension in the air. To dispel the silence, she invited him to discuss everything over a cup of tea, after which she invited him to sit down. Still, she is glad that he does not refuse dialogue, so they should become closer as soon as possible. The imprinting is only a temporary measure, because soon Michael will proclaim himself king of the homunculi. She is sure that it will not be difficult for him to overcome the power of the contract, and he may plan a rebellion. Then she will not be able to prevent him, so from now on she needs to establish a connection between them. Stella immediately began to ask if she would prepare everything herself. Ewan answered in the affirmative. Eve remembered that in a past life they once shared a cup of tea, although she was only being polite. She did not expect him to agree, but he soon left, citing the need to serve near Rosie. However, these memories kept circling in her head, but she did not want it to happen again. She didn't know his preferences, so she asked if he liked the tea, and he replied that he liked it. Taking a sip of tea, Michael added that he especially liked its color, because it was very similar to the color of her eyes. The girl was very surprised by such words, which is why she looked at the knight in surprise for several seconds. The guy asked what was wrong, but the princess only turned her head away in embarrassment, answering that everything was fine. Lowering his head, the guy said that he should quickly head to Her Highness the 8th Princess. Ewan unconsciously closed her eyes as these memories flashed through her mind. She decided that it was a little late to ask such a question, but she asked Michael how he was going out into the world. He looked in surprise at the girl, whose hair was flying from the wind that penetrated the room. Instead of answering directly, the knight stated that there were so many things around that resembled her hair color. Hanging her head sadly, the girl replied that her hair was not green, lime blonde. It was still blonde. Michael agreed, and after a few seconds added that it was he who was so uniquely beautiful. For several seconds, the princess silently looked at her personal knight, trying to understand why he said this. With a surprised look, Ewan assumed that he was talking about the imperial garden and suggested that they take a walk there later. Michael replied that you would look forward to it, but he didn't mean the garden so much as her hair. Such words literally shocked the girl, and she did not know what to answer, while Michael was also silent. He asked what was wrong, which further surprised the princess, who replied that it should have been her question. Then she asked if he hated the imperial family. He immediately replied that he did. Pointing to herself, she clarified that she was also from the imperial family, At that very second, the guy stopped short. Ewan clarified that he hates them if he thinks about it. Then if he doesn't think about it, then everything is fine. Michael agreed. If you don't focus attention, he doesn't hate her. She decided that it was an imprinting effect. It was just a thought. But if you think about it, no other options simply arise in your head. The knight said that everything fits together. It's even logical, because if you constantly hate the owner, you get tired. But now he somehow doesn't feel well. He's afraid that, without noticing, he will become the emperor's devoted mongrel. Smiling widely, Ewan replied that this would not happen, so there was no need to worry so much. Michael said that he was afraid to become loyal to the emperor in the presence of the princess. Isn't it a strange situation? However, it is doubly strange for him to hear from her that this will not happen. The girl realized that she had let it slip. The guy is also surprised that she allows him to address him non-formally, even though he thought that everything would be the other way around. Ewan replied that he was allowed, as an exception, as her personal knight, but only when they were together. He can be addressed as he pleases, and in the presence of Stella too. The guy immediately understood everything. A couple of minutes later, the princess announced that the tea was ready, after which she invited the knight to try it. Without commenting on the taste of the tea, Michael reminded the girl that she had promised to tell him something. Eve immediately remembered that she agreed to tell why she wanted to get him as her personal knight. The guy agreed, adding that since he had now become her person, he would now be able to find out the truth. He smiled. Ewan gave an affirmative answer, after which she calmly declared that she was going to become the crown princess. Michael was surprised by this news, but Eve continued, saying that the main task is, instead of the empress. She then added that the true goal is to free the homunculi from many years of slavery. Michael had a hard time believing what he had just heard, so he decided to ask if she was serious about this. Ewan asked in response whether this look was convincing, to which she received the answer that she looked quite convincing. Then he realized that she needed a personal knight in order to take a position in secular society. Eve confirmed, because for the princess's crowns, this is actually important, just as much as politics. Therefore, she was clearly aware that a black sheep like her would never become an heir. Michael tried to digest the information he had just heard, while Ewan continued talking. As she said, the Pledge of Allegiance ceremony is this week, and the second important event will be next. There will be a reception in honor of Rosie's birthday. This is the first official event at which she will appear with him. Therefore, it will be an important day for his return to the light, and they need to prepare well. The princess asked to be sure to tell her if he has plans that it is better for her to know about in advance. Leaning over, the guy replied that a personal knight must always be close to the owner. That's all the plans. Usually, he accompanies his owner wherever he goes, from the moment he wakes up until the night. If there are no special orders, then he sleeps and eats in the barracks of the Imperial Knights, which is located in the north. Homunculus knights live in groups under strict and careful supervision in the barracks of the Imperial Guard. Street knights have no special privileges in this regard, but they may not show up for roll call. But this is only provided that they are currently providing services to a member of the imperial family. On the day of the election of the knight, a review takes place, a custom when the homunculus must demonstrate its knight skills to its owner. At that same second, Michael stole a glance at the princess, after which he shuddered, lowering his head. Ewan was surprised to notice that the sun had almost set, and the guy immediately tensed up from this statement. Turning her head towards her personal knight, the princess smiled sweetly, declaring that the time had come. The boy's eyes widened as he decided that right now was the time for the viewing he had been dreading. With an innocent smile, the princess said that it was time to leave, so they would see each other tomorrow. The guy immediately became warped, but he couldn't believe she said that. Tilting her head to the side questioningly, Eve asked what was wrong. Stuttering, Michael wanted to answer something, but immediately blushed, after which he declared that he understood everything. He thought that the seventh princess was the same as the other members of the imperial family, but he only confused himself. In an uncertain tone, he said that he would go. Ewan agreed, answering that they would see each other tomorrow morning. When the knight left the room, Stella followed him, looking after him for several seconds. When she called out to him, the guy turned around, noticing the smiling maid, and then asked what happened. She replied that the princess rarely prepares tea for someone herself, and until today, There were only 3 in her memory. These were her teacher, the master of alchemy, the mistress of the magic tower, and the late 4th empress. They were all people whom Her Highness respects and values, and now he has become an honorary 4th. With a sweet smile, the maid added that she said this because she just wanted him to know about it. Having considered these words, the knight replied that he would take this into account, for which he received gratitude from the maid. The next day, Yuan came to her father, accompanied by Michael, who stood obediently next to her. Desmond gave the knight a disdainful look, declaring that in front of him was the monster of a floating prison himself. The princess agreed with her father's words, clarifying that his name is Michael Agnito, and now he is her personal knight. The emperor declared that he was the same dishonest bastard who refused to take the oath of allegiance. Yuan immediately asked her father not to be angry, because she found out that he had not renounced the oath against his own will. The man did not quite understand the meaning of these words, so he asked what his daughter wanted to say. Eve explained that, as she thought, the problem was the flow of mana, and she recently became convinced of this. She managed to fix the problem by clearing some channels, thereby allowing him to take the oath. The girl added that luck was with her, but the answer to this she noticed only the incredulous look of the emperor. Yuan immediately decided that he didn't believe her, when suddenly the man asked why his daughter was so afraid. And why is he so afraid to admit his outstanding abilities, so timid in front of the throne? Yuan calmed down when she realized that her father himself had conveniently interpreted this, answering that he would be lying if he said no. However, when she stands in front of him, it is not fear that overcomes her. The feeling that overwhelms her is awe, full of respect. She then placed her hand on her chest, asking how anyone could even think of a nonchalant tone at such a moment. He replied that he did not expect such eloquence from her, even though she was the 7th daughter of the empire. But he was proud of her. After all, she began to use her talents wisely. The girl bowed, thanking her father for the praise. He added that she had tamed the monster. This was worthy of praise, and this form gave him a more decent appearance. Eve asked for forgiveness, said that this monster had become her knight, so she asked to address him appropriately. Hearing his daughter's request, Desmond agreed with her, but there were still notes of contempt in his tone, after which he stated that until the ritual was completed, no matter who he was, he could not recognize him as a real knight. He then addressed Michael directly, who obediently closed his eyes in response to His Majesty's call. Without changing his tone or expression, the man ordered him to kneel before the emperor. Yuan glanced briefly at her knight, after which she discreetly took his hand to calm him down a little. The guy looked in surprise at the princess, who with her glance made him understand that everything was under control. He took a few steps forward, telling her in a whisper that there was nothing to worry about, and then knelt down. The emperor stood opposite the knight, after which he began to slowly roll up his sleeve, without taking his eyes off the guy. He then roughly placed his hand directly on his face, thereby beginning to carry out the oath of allegiance to the imperial family. The emperor declared that in the name of Desmond, Dominic Callisto Hadelamid, he was giving him his first order. Michael, born of the art of alchemy, from now on completely subordinates him to bearers of imperial blood. He will not dare to go against his masters, and will not be able to resist their will from now on until his last breath. When the man's hand freed the knight's face, he agreed in a calm tone, thereby taking an oath. This situation satisfied the emperor, who gave his first order to kiss the ground, stunning Eve. Michael did not want to obey, when he suddenly felt pain in the area of his heart, because he could not go against him. Yuan thought with concern and fear that such humiliation was given to slaves 2 centuries ago. But if she goes against her father's wishes now, it will kill the monster of the floating prison that she so wanted. Looking at his back, the princess mentally asked him not to do anything stupid, and to silently accept it. Contrary to her worries, the knight slowly lowered his head to the ground, right in front of the emperor's feet. When the audience was over, they went to a lonely tree so that Michael could calm down a little. The princess continued to look at him with concern, simultaneously asking how he was feeling. For some time, the knight did not answer, but the girl understood what he had to go through. After a few seconds of silence, Michael said that it was completely different than when it was her. Yuan didn't quite understand what they were talking about, so she decided to ask again, looking at the guy in surprise. He lowered his head, answering that he had never experienced such a disgusting feeling in his life. Seeing that her knight was having a hard time, the girl extended her hand, asking if she could touch him. Michael replied that he is her knight, so he has no will except hers, so she can do whatever she wants. This answer was more than enough, so she asked for forgiveness, after which she approached him. She touched the bangs of his hair, watching the guy's reaction, and they stood like that for several seconds. The princess removed her hand, saying that he was great because he was able to overcome himself and not succumb to his feelings. She then stated that she would protect her knight and would not allow this to happen again. Ever. This statement stunned Michael, because before this girl, no owner had treated homunculi this way. Continuing to smile, Ewan leaned forward slightly, and then stated that they should return. The guy touched the place where the princess's hand was, and felt the warmth spreading throughout his body. He thought that when he was with her, it felt as if there were no problems at all, and that comforted him. At the same time, 4 people were sitting at a small round table, discussing important matters. The main shareholder of the Third Empire, Marquis Chansley, asked Bridget if she had heard the latest news. He said that he had heard rumors that Her Highness the 7th Princess had chosen a personal knight. However, the most interesting thing is that this monster is a floating prison. Others began to wonder why such changes. The head of the military affairs of the Rimkal Empire, who was a relative of Bridget, decided to speak out on this matter. He could not even think that the reclusive princess, who never visited anything further than the library, chose a knight for herself. Viscountess Fritz added that the 7th princess was so different from her usual self at the morning meetings. When they suggested what this might be connected with, a shiver ran through Rimkal and his advisor Fritz. Smiling, Bridget replied that the 7th princess knew about the need to choose a personal knight. She voiced their thoughts that Ewan decided to enter the battle for the throne. There are no other reasons for such changes. She then stated in a relaxed manner that her sister had only chosen one personal knight, so nothing would change. She also explained to the others that the 7th princess had no foundation for her plans for the throne. Taking a relaxed sip of tea, Bridget asked them to leave all their unnecessary worries. Despite this, the Viscountess frowned, that for some reason she had a bad feeling about this. Bridget repeated that they should forget about it, because now there are more important things for them. She pointed her hand at the drawings. One of Bridget's personal knights remarked that Viscountess Fritz was rarely so visibly agitated. Without letting it show, the guy wondered what the 7th princess and her knight were up to. This is getting interesting. When Ewan arrived at her chambers, she immediately took a seat at the table, laying out various documents and maps. To enter into a real battle for the throne, you must meet certain conditions. Michael's imprinting was just the beginning, marking her out in social circles, giving her access to many privileges. The next task is material support. This problem will be resolved when Stella completes the preparation of the workshop. However, the most serious problem was ahead. The first candidate for the throne was the 3rd Princess Bridget. The reason why Bridget is the first choice for the throne lies in her many achievements. But the main factor, of course, is the number of supporters of the government. It has more of them than anyone else. Even also needs supporters who can fight back. So she asked Stella how she felt about the servants who had arrived. The maid replied that as expected from the 3rd Empress, they all seemed sincere and loyal. Eve decided that if Stella herself said so, it means that they sent her really good and faithful guys. The princess announced that now, instead of household chores, she would entrust the maid with affairs outside the palace. First of all, she needs to go to the blacksmith's. Stella assumed that the lady wants to order a sword for Michael. She also needed to complete the preparation of the alchemy workshop. There should be a small room for 3 people. Having written down all the instructions, Stella clarified whether there would be any other instructions that she should know about right away. Ewan thought for a few seconds, then asked to see if there were any decent estates south of the river. After all, many people say that the cost of houses there will soon rise, so this will be a very good investment. The maid replied that everything would be done as soon as possible, after which she confidently headed towards the exit. As the door closed, Ewan thought that Rosie's upcoming birthday party was the perfect opportunity. In front of her were photographs of 2 girls. She was given individuals with whom she needed to establish contact. Yawning, she thought that now all that was left was to wait for Stella to complete all the indicated instructions. Then it became interesting whether Michael was training now, and whether he would run into other members of her family. She was afraid for a second that he might suddenly run into Rosanite somewhere, like in the past. The princess really didn't want the two to meet before Rosie was imprinted, but she probably had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Michael was on the training field, waving his sword in front of the training stand. Some homunculi watched as he practiced his blows, but did not dare to approach him. They only whispered that he had become the personal knight of the seventh princess, and had already come to his senses after being imprisoned. Taking a deep breath, the guy decided not to listen to their chatter, and instead rushed at the stone golem. Jumping high, the knight swung his sword, cutting the stone hulk into two parts, destroying it. The golem fell into pieces, while Michael calmly looked at the fruits of his labors. The other homunculi, who were watching this, froze in shock, realizing that he was truly a monster. Tired from the intense training, Michael headed to the bench, after which he sat down, wiping the blemishes from his forehead. Suddenly, Millard walked up to him, handing him a bottle of water and saying that his sword skills were amazing. The knight was surprised by his comrade's silver hair, but did not forget to thank him for the water. Sylvestian asked to control the power next time, because the cost of repairing the golem would be demanded from the princess. Michael realized that there was no point in breaking anything, and then thanked the guy for the warning. But returning the bottle, he introduced himself as the personal knight of the seventh princess, after which he asked who he was. In a calm tone, the knight replied that he was one of the knightly guards, Sylvestian Millard. Michael immediately realized that he was the chosen Rosanite. Millard turned away and said that this was an honor. After a couple of seconds, he turned to Michael, saying that he had actually come to him with a question. He wondered, after being imprinted by the imperial family, whether those rumors of change were true. The guy thought for a moment before answering that there is a certain line, and still did not experience any special emotions. But after imprinting, the priorities changed in some natural way. And this is a little strange. Millard asked that, in that case, after the imprinting ceremony, he would give the soul to Her Highness. Michael replied that this could very well be the case. With his head down, Sylvestian tried to understand whether this was good. Looking at him, one can confidently think that there is an august one who left an imprint on his soul. The members of the imperial family are just useless hypocrites anyway, so Michael said he didn't like it. Millard replied that he himself said that priorities changed naturally, and now he suddenly changed his mind. Michael asked him not to think anything bad. But even when it's difficult, it's worth having your own point of view. One way or another, when the homunculi get bored, they simply get rid of them, without particularly being interested in their opinion. Hanging, Sylvestian lowered his head, deciding that the seventh princess could get rid of him in the same way. Thinking, Millard decided to ask if she could get rid of him, thereby surprising Michael. Suddenly, he realized that this was somewhat rude on his part, and such stupidity was not even worth a thought. Lowering his eyes, Millard concluded that the princess was not that kind of person, and was unlikely to treat him like that. Then, he decided that he was interfering with Michael's training, after which he extended his hand and said that he was pleased to chat. The guy extended his hand in response, agreeing with him, and added that he had not spoken so well for a long time. During the handshake, Sylvestian invited his friend to spar next time, and he agreed. When sunset came, Michael thought that at that moment he almost lost his temper, but did not understand why. Perhaps it was because of Sylvestian's words that she could get rid of him, but he was right. He suddenly stopped and froze, trying to figure out why he was angry. Perhaps it was an imprinting effect. At that same second, a familiar and pleasant voice pulled him out of his unpleasant thoughts, causing him to turn around. A joyful Yuan walked towards him, smiling and waving her hand in a friendly manner as a sign of greeting. The guy immediately asked why she came for him personally, because she could have sent one of the servants. The girl replied that she was just walking, after which she asked him how life was in the palace. He replied that it was calm here. When asked if he had met other members of the imperial family, the knight answered in the negative. This immediately caused a wave of calm in the girl, after which she invited him to take a short walk. The princess decided to show him one place, after which they headed towards the greenhouse together. When they arrived, Michael declared that it was beautiful, and he had never seen anything more beautiful than this. Raising his head, he drew attention to the plants, saying that it was the same principle as with the magic of weather changes. He immediately realized that they were keeping the environment intact, which greatly impressed the knight. Yuan noted that he was very insightful, then added that this was a greenhouse, the abode of magic and alchemy. The guy replied that he was not sure about alchemy, but he could feel magic, even at this level. Touching the invisible thread, he said that the magical structure and flows of mana are incredibly gentle. Eve remembered that homunculi were gifted with a talent for magic, so she thought that their alchemy skills were also excellent. But alchemy is not under their control at all. The Imperial Guild of Alchemists explained this as a law of nature. Just as people created by God cannot use the power of their creator, so they cannot use alchemy. On the other hand, they say that homunculi are sterile, because from birth they do not have the ability to create. But in a past life, Rosenet was still able to get pregnant from Michael with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. If the infertility of homunculi is an unshakable truth, then the question arose of how it happened. Perhaps the answer lies in the forbidden records of the ruling dynasty, which only the emperor and his heir have access to. Michael watched in surprise at the girl, who was lost in her own thoughts without noticing it. He decided to ask what she was thinking about, to which Yuan, with a serious expression on her face, replied that it was about conceiving a child. Hearing this answer, the knight immediately blushed, asking the princess about what she had just said. Realizing the situation, the girl screamed that she didn't mean it. Michael reminded her that he was not capable of childbearing. Yuan replied that she knew this, trying to explain that she was just wondering if homunculi were truly infertile. However, the guy was wondering why she was looking at him so intently during these thoughts. The princess explained that he just happened to be in front of her, then asked not to think anything strange. Jumping up sharply from his seat, still nervous, Yuan declared that it was time for them to return, asking him to go first. The knight obeyed, heading towards the exit, while Eve did not understand how she managed to blurt out such a thing. A few days later, Rosenet's birthday arrived, for which all the residents of the estate were preparing. After taking a bath and taking care of her skin and hair, Yuan realized how tired she was. Stella acquired it, saying that the 8th princess has been going through the ritual for 2 hours, although it usually takes an hour. Looking at the maid pouring her tea, the princess said in a tired tone that it was really a long time. Rosie has no talent for alchemy, so she had to perform the imprinting ceremony 5 times. And in the end, she mastered the ritual only with the help of a piece of the Philosopher's Stone that her father gave her. At this time, Stella asked if the 8th princess would cope. Eve replied that there was nothing to worry about. The point was that she always got what she wanted, so she would finish the imprinting by any means necessary. When asked where Michael was, the maid replied that he had come a long time ago and was now being prepared in the guest room for the reception. Smiling, the maid said that today he needed to be dressed up just as much as she was, so they should hurry up. Eve agreed, because men don't just have to be in the imperial palace. Then she wanted to see him. Left replied that she did not have to adhere to etiquette so much, especially after imprinting. The maid decided to personally take her to the knight, politely asking her to go into the next room. When the princess crossed the threshold, she noticed how 3 servants had gathered around Michael, circling him. 2 girls, seeing the mistress, immediately shouted that she could not see her personal knight now. However, despite their protests, Yuan did not move from her place, glaring at the half-naked Michael. The girl looked in shock at the athletic body of the guy, who was slightly embarrassed at the sight of the princess. His face literally shone with makeup, which made her blind. Michael asked if it looked strange. Suddenly, red-haired Fiona appeared from behind him and asked what Her Highness thought about this. The man's eyes, blazing with heat, are emphasized by the makeup on the Star of the Night. Her uncle uses it to seduce. Yuan didn't know what would happen if she handed such a dangerous weapon to such a handsome man as Michael. The maid hoped that Her Highness would like tonight. Yuan replied that that was enough. At this time, another maid, Liana, asked Michael to sit up straight and look forward. He obeyed. Eve realized that the knight was busy preparing, so she decided not to interfere. The guy replied that she was not interfering. The princess pointed to the exit. I was about to go out, but Michael asked her to stay next to him. The girl looked at the blushing guy, who I said was all this for the first time for him, so he was embarrassed. Eves could not even imagine what that same Michael would worry about while preparing for the reception. It seems that the imprint creates a connection between them, and it depends on her. This feeling was somehow new. Taking a seat on the sofa, Ewan smiled awkwardly, and then said that she would stay with him for a while. Hugh's young servant said that they would now apply makeup to his body, so he would remove the cape. While the two maids were busy applying makeup, the knight asked in surprise that they also applied it to the body. He was told that this was necessary in order to emphasize the lines of the body. All this needed to be put in order. Ewan said that because of its authority, the imperial palace is particularly strict about appearance. The guy agreed, although looking at this outfit, he couldn't call it strict, although it was a matter of taste. Hugh brought him a bandage, saying that at a reception in the palace, the knights of the guard and personal knights were required to wear this thing. Avoiding eye contact with homunculi encourages them to be treated as personal possessions. If the imperial family loses its strength, psychological pressure will still help maintain control. The princess thought that it was not just that homunculate had been controlled for hundreds of years, and they knew how to rein them in. Suddenly, there were fireworks outside the window. Ewan said that Rosie had finally completed the imprinting. It had been a long time. With a sad look, the girl muttered that, in the end, Sir Millard became Rosie's personal knight. Michael said that it was difficult for him to watch her regret that someone became another princess's personal knight. It was especially difficult when he was sitting right in front of her and watching her reaction to what was happening. The princess smiled slightly, answering that she was not exactly sorry, but in this case, there was something else. The knight said that there was a lot of sadness in her words when she mentioned Millard, but Eve replied that Michael was the only one. She asked not to envy him after he saw Rosie, because Eve would not give up his knight. The guy decided to swear on his status as a knight that he would serve her and care only about her highness. The three servants who watched this picture were amazed at their relationship, which is why they could not contain their surprise. At that same second, Stella appeared and said that the imprinting ceremony was over and they needed to get ready. Without thinking twice, the maid grabbed the princess and immediately dragged her to the exit, not saying that they had already left. A couple of hours later, a reception dedicated to Rosinet's birthday began, at which many guests gathered. While there was live music, people chatted about how the 8th princess was already 20 years old and how quickly time flies. Everyone was happy that her personal knight had been chosen. They also discussed rumors about how special he was. One of the chatting girls turned around in shock, looking closely at the silhouette passing by her. She immediately turned to her friend, saying that the 7th princess had passed by, but she decided that she was mistaken. Everyone doubted that the princess, who always sat within 4 walls, would come to the reception on the occasion of her sister's birthday. However, when they noticed her, everyone immediately began to whisper that she had really come, and not even alone. The guests also began to discuss the veracity of the rumors that Her Highness had nevertheless chosen a personal knight. Michael, who was looking at the guests, immediately heard a question from Ewan about how he liked his first reception. He replied that it was incomparable, and he himself understood what the servants were talking about when he first saw Ewan in this image. While the guests around them were whispering, not taking their eyes off, Michael decided to ask the princess what their plan was. Remembering the dossiers on the 2 girls, Ewan replied that she needed to be remembered by people who could help her. The knight asked if there was anything he should do. The girl replied that he should stand beautifully next to her. She also asked to be sure to warn her if her older sister or her were somewhere nearby. While looking around the guests, Ewan noticed one of the girls who was looking at the glasses of alcohol. A country built on the prosperity of magic and alchemy, the Hadalamed Empire, was famous for many things. Therefore, the magic stone, as the source of this power, turned into one of the most important resources of the empire. The Baron and Baroness Parnello, who ran the mine for its extraction in a past life, rebelled against Bridget. But this time, Ewan firmly decided that they would become her support on the path to the throne and becoming an empress. Coming closer to the puzzled girl, the princess said that there was only strong alcohol here, after which she offered her fruit juice. The Baroness thanked her, but when she saw it, she immediately shuddered. Ono could not expect that the 7th princess, who had not previously appeared in society, would approach her. Bowing, she greeted her, in response to which Eve said that she was glad to meet the Baroness in person. To start the thread of conversation, Ewan said that she heard that she is now all about business after the wedding. She suggested that today she attended the holiday instead of the Baron. The interlocutor was surprised by her insight. Eve continued, saying that everyone knows about Lord Parnello's love for his wife and would hardly leave her alone. The Baroness replied that she was flattering her, but there was no lie in the princess's words. Then she asked if her husband was busy. The girl replied that there were a lot of things to do. Her husband was so busy that now she was learning how to manage the lands. Even said that she is known for her brilliant mind, so she is sure that she will do a great job. Parnello was pleased to hear such words, so she sincerely thanked Her Highness. The princess said that it had only been 6 months since the wedding, and this would be her first summer as a baroness. Every half-century, in Parnello's domain, the Lasatora River overflows its banks, causing floods. Therefore, she needs to be careful during the rainy season this summer. The Baroness shuddered. This was the first time I heard about it. Eve explained that she learned about this from books. There are several records in the Imperial Archives, every 50 years. After the rainy season, monsters come, and if suddenly the fortress walls collapse due to floods, the damage will be great. Such a statement instilled indescribable fear in the heart of the Baroness, whose face immediately gave way to horror. Yuan said that she would ask the maid to find the notes, and then suggested that they come to her before leaving. The Baroness bowed, accepting the invitation, after which she thanked Her Highness for her help. Smiling, Yuan replied that there was no need for gratitude, but she herself thought that everything was going according to plan. She decided that was enough for today, after which a crowd of aristocrats surrounded her to chat. One of the sisters and Bridget watched as the guests appreciated the openness and sociability of the 7th princess. The guests noticed that they were having a good time, so they decided to join in the small talk. 2 sisters in the company of their brother looked displeasedly in her direction, hardly believing what was happening. Suddenly, the girl asked her brother in a whisper to say something when she saw Bridget's face. They understood that the eldest sister was unhappy because Even was acting differently. Suddenly, Bridget slammed her fan loudly, causing the siblings to think they should quickly leave. The girl, who did not pay attention to her sister's departure, told her knight that he knew what to do. While Even was having a casual conversation, Michael warned that the 4th princess and 5th prince were coming here. She decided to take her leave, explaining that she wanted to get some fresh air and that she was pleased to talk to them. The brother and sister, who noticed her in the crowd, tried to call the princess, but the crowd did not allow them passage. A few seconds later, Even and Michael closed the door behind them, silently trying to catch their breath. The guy thought that they seemed to have gotten away. The girl replied that everything worked out only thanks to him. Suddenly, Yuan stumbled, but the knight immediately stopped her, asking the princess what happened. Eve replied that she had not worn heels for a long time. Then the guy suggested that she use magic to relieve the pressure on her shoes. The princess replied that then the gait would not be so graceful, after which the knight invited her to sit down for a minute. When the girl took a place on the sofa, the guy sat down on one knee, reaching out to the princess's feet. Under Yuan's surprised look, Michael took off her shoes, using magic to heal the abrasions on her toes. Then he asked if she felt better. The girl, embarrassed by this turn, stuttered and answered with consent. Her heart began to beat wildly, because such an action on the part of her knight was at least unexpected. At that same second, the guy heard footsteps, and without thinking twice, he reached for his sword in order to protect the princess if something happened. A male figure slowly walked towards them, who immediately politely addressed the 7th princess. He added that he had been waiting to meet her for a very long time, while Yuan was trying to get to know this person. Bowing, the man waited for the princess's answer, while Michael stood between them as Eve asked who he was. He replied that he knew that she would come to him, because she had heard rumors about him. His name was Alvin Redman. She recognized the 2nd son of Count Redman, and the current head of the administrative department of the Imperial Council. The princess looked in shock at the future corrupt official, who himself came to her. This guy took the position of an official only thanks to the patronage of his father, without making any effort. Behind his back, he is often called a simpleton with an airbag, in other words, a golden youth. Once he had already been demoted, but with the help of his father, he took the position of financial manager. And since all the expenses and income of the palace fell into his hands, he became slightly carried away by embezzlement. The princess remembered that she was also among his victims, but this had not yet happened in this timeline. She could only imagine how much he stole, since she never received a penny from any of the palace events. Eve officially made accusations several times, but there was no real evidence. He covered his tracks well. Although it was surprising, he was really good at court cases, and that could be to her advantage. Michael, who put his hand out in front of the princess, thereby protecting him, decided to ask if she knew him. Dropping the knight's hand, the girl replied that she had heard about him, so they had no reason to worry. Yuan couldn't help but notice that he was keeping an eye on everyone she came into contact with at the reception. Such a smart person should never be made your enemy, especially at this time. The girl decided to take the situation into her own hands, after which she smiled sweetly, saying that she was glad to meet him. Alvin immediately lit up with happiness, joyfully announcing that he had long wanted to talk to her personally. He knew that she would turn her attention to him. He knew that these stupid rumors could not mislead her. Having asked what kind of rumors they were talking about, the guy replied that they were talking about disgusting services, that he was a daddy's boy. It was an infamy spread by Count Sanchez, but there was not a bit of good in these words. The guy trembled as he said that it was important to him that Her Highness believed in people, not rumors. The princess remembered that Count Sanchez had a really bad relationship with Count Redman. She suddenly realized that Alvin had been demoted while Count Sanchez was head of the council. Perhaps in his past life, he took a crooked path due to the fact that Sanchez interfered with his promotion. But even if everything was exactly like that, it does not justify the crimes he committed. She debated whether she should give him a chance, then suggested that he return to the council right away. Alvin did not fully understand her request. Ask how he can return there if he has already finished his service. Come to him. Eve said that today, at the ceremony of choosing Rosie, there were a lot of offerings. Therefore, she suggested that records that question the authority of the Hollows should be destroyed. Actively agreeing with her words, the guy also heard that the entire council would be busy correcting documents. Therefore, the princess thought that he could help her with this. Such speeches excited Alvin. He was incredibly glad that she immediately noticed this, because such work was exactly his specialty. The princess decided to spur him on, adding that he would cope with such work flawlessly. Therefore, she asked him to run right away and earn the favor of his superiors, who immediately ran. Yuan thought that now the fact that Rosie used the Philosopher's Stone would be hidden forever. It's a pity that this will be good news for Rosie, but Alvin's success must be noticed. Then he will change his destiny. In this case, he should not cause her troubles, as in his past life, and will be able to become her comrade in arms. Noticing that the princess was leaning on him, Michael asked if she was okay, suggesting that they go and rest. Yuan refused, asking him to just stand there for another minute, after which she laid her head on his chest. The knight decided to clarify that this was all due to the fact that her legs still hurt, but she answered in the negative. Suddenly trembling, the princess said that it was because she was very worried. She didn't expect to meet him, and she was afraid of making a mistake by saying something wrong, so she was very nervous. Michael calmly replied that if we put aside the excitement, it seems that everything went as well as possible for her. Yuan agreed with him, after which she again heard a proposal to rest a little more. The girl refused, because she didn't know when Rosie would come. Instead, she decided to go to another room. In a small room, there were several gentlemen who were actively communicating with each other without noticing Eve. These young gentlemen are students of the Imperial Gnosis Academy, and among them are the children of members of the Imperial Council. These were the son of the Count of Randall and the son of the Marquis of Rimotilo, who were important figures in society. Despite their superior talents and skills, all these young people are deprived of the right to inherit. It was all because they were not the eldest sons, but those two, contrary to expectations, inherited the titles. They are ideal for the political support she so lacks at the moment. Therefore, the princess asked Michael to stay away this time, because she must weaken the walls around her. Secular society is a marriage market. Since she has no connection with them, she can only count on courage. The girl decided that only 1 out of 6 would be enough for her plans to immediately begin to be realized. At least one of them must like her, so she came up and asked if she could have a glass. A few seconds later, one of the guys said that it was a bit crowded here, but she asked to take a seat next to him. Yuan couldn't believe it worked, and it was quite unexpected for her, because she didn't expect it to succeed. The girl looked at Calix Remitiello. She had heard that he was famous for his bad manners. Sitting down next to him, the girl thanked the Lord, trying to understand what he was up to. She hoped that he was overcome by simple curiosity, and she said that she had overheard their conversation about gnosis. The princess asked if she could listen, because the academy always sparked a genuine interest in her. Everyone present immediately smiled, deciding to continue the conversation from where they left off. For about half an hour, everyone talked about their own separate story that happened at this academy. Listening carefully to the various stories, the princess thought that everything was going very smoothly. At that same second, Calixa noticed that Her Highness lowered her glass, thereby giving a hint to the others. They surrounded her, pouring wine into her glass, and giving her another glass in her hand so that she always had a drink. The princess looked in surprise at the two glasses in her hands, not knowing what to do with them. Yuan decided that they simply decided to play a trick on her, and instead of water, the wine was diluted with brandy. She knew that if the person you're talking to serves you a drink for the first time and you don't finish it, you're showing disrespect. The princess realized that they had dragged her into this on purpose, and now she needed to somehow get out of the situation. Suddenly, Calixa turned to her, saying that if it was too much for her, then she could give one glass to him. There is a way out of this situation: to pass the drink to a person of the opposite sex who did not offer her a glass. But the price of this mercy is the fulfillment of a request, or something more significant. Therefore, it is considered a rather big risk. Yuan noticed that Lord Remitilo did not offer her a glass, which means he is the only one she can give it to. It will be obvious that he wanted something from her from the very beginning, and decided to use this method. It was not simple curiosity that made him invite her here, and she did not know whether to agree to the offer. Suddenly, Michael approached the princess from behind, holding out his hand, and asked to let her take one glass. At first, the girl did not understand what was happening, after which she noticed how her personal knight drank everything in one sip. She was scared because the drink was a little strong, and then she asked if he was okay. He answered in the affirmative, after which the Lord intervened in the conversation, saying that they were being trained to be immune to poisons. He then suggested, with a faint grin, that alcohol was nothing compared to this. Michael tried to politely answer that all this was just to protect the owner, just like now. Then they began to stare at each other, while the princess tried to understand what was going on. She decided this was her chance to leave, so she stood up, saying she wanted to get some fresh air. Yuan politely apologized and wished them a pleasant evening, after which she hurriedly left the room. When they went out onto the balcony, Michael noticed that the princess had managed to forget about her personal night. Smiling guiltily, Eve replied that she didn't even think about it because she didn't have anyone on her side. The guy said that the last two glasses contained wine with a higher degree, asked if she knew about it. Yuan calmly replied that she knew, because her brothers and sisters used to joke about her so often. Michael said that he tolerates alcohol well, so if she gets a joke like that, let her remember him. Leaning on the balcony railing, the princess replied that she would remember this, in addition thanking the guy. She didn't expect it to be so nice when someone takes care of her without demanding anything in return. At this time, two maids helped Rosenit put on a beautiful and lush pink dress. The girl called Sylvestian over to her, asking what it was like to be the personal knight of the White Rose of the Empire. The guy with silver hair and a blindfold told Her Highness that it was an immense honor. This is the expected answer. She gave him the honor of being captured by her, so he must be the best. Lowering his head, the guy replied that in order to glorify her name, he would try not to disappoint her. Having finished with the preparations, the girl gave him her hand, saying that it was because he was a special knight chosen by her, after which they headed towards the exit, and Rosie announced that the main character's couple would take the stage. A couple of minutes later, it was announced that the 8th Princess Rosenith and her personal knight, Sir Sylvestian, had arrived. The guests, who looked up from their conversations among themselves, looked with delight at the main host of the reception. The girls began to whisper among themselves that Her Highness was becoming more beautiful every year. They also did not forget to look at the knight next to her, because silver hair is so unusual. Rosie smiled as she listened to the flattering comments addressed to her, mentally asking them to continue in the same spirit. It was so difficult for her at the imprinting ceremony, but it's so good that now he is her personal knight. The aristocrats surrounded the girl, congratulating her on her birthday, presenting her with a variety of wishes. Smiling sweetly, Rosie thanked everyone. I hope that today they will all have fun from the heart. And she herself rejoiced at the attention. At that same second, two brothers began to make their way through the crowd of people, demanding their sister's attention. Rosenit tried to smile sweetly, while the guys said that she had no idea how long they had been waiting for her. Then they noticed, with a dissatisfied look, that same lousy homunculus who had caused her so many problems. They shouted about it so loudly that they made the princess flinch, which made her feel ashamed. She noticed how people began to whisper, and thought that they decided to tell everyone about her inability to do alchemy. Their angry speeches were interrupted by the sudden approach of Bridget, who also congratulated Rosie on her birthday. She didn't expect to see her today, to which she replied that she couldn't help but come to her little sister. Rosinite thanked her sweetly, thinking that she had come on time, not allowing the brothers to say too much. Bridget noted that she was able to get the best night in the palace, which is why she received praise. Until now, many people wanted it, but no one dared to endure the imprinting. But she did a great job. Millard said he was really embarrassed that he had caused Her Highness so much trouble. Then he sat down on his knee and kissed the mistress's hand, saying that these efforts would be repaid by fidelity until the last breath. Rosie was surprised by this act of her knight, while the other ladies watched with delight. At that moment, the princess realized how smart he was, so she mentally praised him. She asked him to rise from his knee, pretending to treat him as politely and kindly as possible. Eve and Michael approached them and heard one of the guests say that it was like a scene from a fairy tale. Noticing this, Eve thought that everything seemed to be going well so far, and she seemed to like Sir Millard very much. And Michael is also her personal knight, so there is nothing to worry about. But suddenly, Rosie will fall in love with him again. Images of the past flashed through her mind, but she pushed those thoughts away, deciding that she wouldn't let it happen this time. She was pulled out of her gloomy thoughts by the voice of Michael, who said that the third princess had already left. The princess immediately came to her senses, saying that it was time for them to join in congratulating her sister. She didn't want to come face to face with Rose, but there was nothing she could do about it at the moment. She was sure that nothing would happen, so she decided to greet the main character of the reception. At that moment, someone informed Rosenite that the seventh princess was heading to her with congratulations. Everyone was wondering what they would say to each other, because today both princesses have a personal knight. At first glance, it was clear that there was some kind of competition between them, but both looked collected. Moreover, today, the seventh princess also shone among the guests, before the eighth princess arrived. One might have thought that she was the star of today's reception, which was not good for Rosie. However, Ewan came up and congratulated her on her 20th birthday and wished her all the best. With a forced smile, the girl thanked her sister, who realized that talking about her had hurt her pride. Eve realized that before she did anything back to her, she had to leave quickly, so she took her leave. Before she could leave, Rosenit called out to her, saying that she had heard that she had also brought her personal knight with her. With a constant smile, she asked if she would deign to introduce him to her sister. Ewan's heart immediately began to pound as she asked herself why Rosie was suddenly interested in Michael. Eve introduced her knight, while the boy bowed to greet the eighth princess. The next second, there was deathly silence. Everyone watched Rosenit in surprise. Ewan decided to ask her sister what was wrong, wondering why she wasn't answering like a princess should. In response to her question, the eighth princess silently extended her hand to Michael, expecting a response. The guy was dumbfounded by this turn, while Ewan was worried about what Rosie was up to. She forces Michael to kiss her hand. It's been a long time since she last honored anyone with such an honor. Ewan thought that all she had to do was avoid the ceremony, and everything would be fine. But now the situation has taken a different turn. Suddenly, she noticed that Michael's face was now hidden, and she could not fully see his appearance. It turns out that Rosie is trying to direct all attention only to herself, which was so similar to her. Surely she thought that if she granted him the right to kiss the hand of the White Rose of the Empire, then he would fall in love with her. It was too naive even for Rosenit, but Ewan had a vague feeling. While she was thinking about this, her knight took Rosie's hand and then slowly lowered his head towards her. With a smooth, barely noticeable movement, He touched her hand with his lips while closing his eyes, trying to be restrained. Moving away from her, the guy asked to greet the eighth princess again, and she reciprocated. Looking in their direction, Ewan thought that she didn't want Rosie and Michael to meet like this. At that same second, the princess noticed that the knight wiped his lips, pretending to adjust the bandage. He then turned towards Ewan, whispering that it was much more unpleasant than touching her. The girl was at first shocked by such a statement, but suddenly she laughed quietly. The guy's task. A few minutes later, Desmond arrived. Everyone in the hall immediately wished glory and prosperity to the son of the empire. Rosenit was glad that her father came, who congratulated his daughter on her birthday, adding that he would not stay long. The girl smiled, answering that he arranged such a reception in her honor, and even personally visited her, spending precious time. At that same second, Ewan approached him, greeting his father and wishing him glory and prosperity. He was surprised to notice that Eve was also present, and she replied that she had just congratulated her sister. Desmond turned to Rosie, saying that he had prepared a gift for her in the eastern part of the palace, a whole garden of white roses. Smiling sweetly, the birthday girl replied that she was very grateful to her father, who was pleased that he was able to please his daughter. Standing next to them, Eve sadly asked herself why she was next to Rosenite right now. She had already heard rumors that the king especially favored the eighth princess, which could not be said about Ewan. Therefore, she decided to keep the image of an unloved and unhappy princess, humbly submitting to her father's will. Seeing the expression on her face, the guests immediately noticed how poor the seventh princess was. But she was also her own daughter. Before she had time to properly get into character, she suddenly felt that Michael silently and tenderly took her hand. The princess looked at the knight with awe, realizing that he was on her side even in such a trivial matter. Suddenly, the father asked Eve to tell her if she wanted anything, because she needed to give a gift in honor of the choice of the knight. The girl was shocked by such a proposal, while Desmond said that she had time to think. The princess replied that she would not need so much time, because she just needed something. She stated that she wanted to move to other chambers. The man immediately asked if her current place was to her taste. Eve replied that they were small. She would like peace with a separate dressing room where she could store clothes and jewelry, and a balcony with access to the sunny side, from which you can enjoy the beauty of the imperial palace. The emperor was shocked by the fact that there was no ladies' room in the princess's chambers. Asked what the managers were doing, he immediately began to swear at them, and Ewan realized that he felt ashamed that he had still ignored his daughter. But in fact, the girl was incredibly glad that he showed concern for her in this way. Eve reminded her father that today was Rosie's birthday, asking him not to be angry on such a happy occasion. The man thought about his daughter's words, answering that it was better to restrain himself since it was Rosie's birthday. After thinking for a few seconds, the emperor agreed, after which he loudly addressed the seventh princess. There was deathly silence after Desmond's phrase that he would grant Eve a place in the Emerald Chambers. The statement could surprise even Bridget, and Rosie, who had been smiling all evening, was now in complete shock. People began to whisper that this gift even meant a garden for her. Until now, only Bridget had received these chambers. Eve immediately began to thank her father. Bowing low, her father immediately replied that he would visit her when she moved. Smiling politely, she agreed, adding that she would prepare him the best tea for this occasion. Deciding that his duties for the day were completed, the emperor decided to leave the reception, wishing everyone a pleasant evening. When he left the hall, a hubbub immediately reigned. People began to discuss that His Majesty still favored Ewan. For the first time in a long time, everyone became interested in watching the unfolding events inside the palace. Ewan still couldn't believe her luck, but now she was confident that the rules of the game could change. At that same second, the hall was divided into several groups. Some were chatting with Rosie, others with Ewan, and others with Bridget. At the same time, Rosenit glared displeasedly towards the seventh princess, who had stolen her attention. Quite a lot of guests surrounded Ewan, who was glad to receive such attention and happily communicated with everyone. People said that these chambers have an amazingly beautiful name, because they are recognized as the most beautiful. It seems that the emperor still favors her, so they would be happy to visit her there. The girl had a reason. At the same time, she caught her eye on a lonely girl, renounced by everyone, Viscountess Anaïs Lucierde. Today, she was the most important guest for Even. She wanted to talk to her, but others did not allow her passage. The princess needed to talk to the Viscountess, but the guests were not going to let her go so easily. A few minutes later, she stated that she had enjoyed talking to everyone, but needed to go away for a while. Chansley, who was standing next to Bridget, said that the actions of the seventh princess are amazing, and she is impressive. Looking at her sister, the girl replied that for the first time in her life, the despicable child had done something worthwhile. However, there is nothing to worry about. She is so insignificant that her participation in the secret council is out of the question. The man bowed, agreeing with her, because nothing would happen, even if she was planning something. No one can deny the fact that the main contender for the throne is undoubtedly the third princess. Suddenly, Bridget turned her attention to Fritz, who was still thinking about the situation. Approaching her, the blonde said that if she was so worried, she would definitely find out about Eve's intentions, after which she again asked her not to worry in vain. She looked away, agreeing with her highness. Turning her head, the girl drew attention to Lady Lucierde, who had been hovering around them for some time. The men discussed that she came to the third princess again because of the bathing matter, and still did not give up. It must be difficult to send so many letters in anticipation of a response, which in her case will never come. Bridget and Anais looked at each other for a few seconds, but their views were strikingly different. The Viscountess tried to address her highness, when suddenly the princess turned around. The girl was shocked by such a gesture, while Bridget said with a grin that she didn't care. A few minutes later, Michael held Even by the shoulders, telling her that she needed to find a place to rest. Looking at the night, the princess stated that she had an idea, after which she offered to go to the Pearl Room. In the palace, where a culture of debauchery and decadence reigns, rooms were set aside for the rest of tired gentlemen. In fact, if unmarried men and women enter such a place, it will cause problems for them. After all, they will probably have a huge article in the tabloid press the very next day, from which it will be difficult to get away. When they got there, one of the homunculi calmly announced that they could pass through. In other words, the Pearl Room is a palace-recognized pleasure room for various persons. With an uncertain look, Michael walked inside, barely moving his limbs, under the surprised gaze of the princess. When she realized why the man was behaving this way, her face immediately turned red from the realization of what was happening, and she laughed loudly, saying that she was not going to use this room for its intended purpose. She then stated that she was getting better, but so was he. He was tired of standing for so long, so she suggested he sit down. With timid movements, he sank onto the sofa, being at some distance from the grinning girl. The guy realized that it was too quiet here, after which he decided to ask if they were alone here. Ewan replied that usually the gold cord indicates that the room is occupied, and nothing can be heard at all. There is a soundproofing barrier here. For convenience, you can block both external and internal noise. The girl explained that he is very strong in offensive magic, so it is more difficult for him to understand defensive magic. Michael asked if she owned life magic. She replied that she studied all spheres and their combinations. The princess added that attacking magic is very difficult for her, because she has no ability for it at all. The knight said that he was sorry that her academic achievements were limited, but on the other hand, he was glad about it. Ewan couldn't help but wonder why he was happy, to which she received the answer that he was now her sword. The sealed knight usually had to say this, but now the girl was very pleased to hear it. She smiled, asking him to try, because now she counts on him as on herself. Suddenly, they heard loud noises outside, which made the princess think that the reception was coming to an end. She then added that it was time for them to finish their business for today, so she had one last request for him. Now he needed to escort always the last guest with whom she wanted to talk. 6 months ago, an audience of the Baron and Baroness was held in the reception room of the third Princess Bridget. Count Lucierde, director of the Lucierde Construction Company, asked about a project to build public baths. Bridget confirmed his words, while Anais said that it didn't seem like such a lucrative business. The princess agreed that it is unlikely that you will make money from such a business, but this is a social project to improve hygiene. She then turned to the count, saying that it was a very noble cause to help citizens become cleaner. She suggested it to them because of all the families involved in construction in the empire. They were the best fit. The man shuddered when the princess added that it was also important that their reputation was untarnished. Then the girl stood up from her seat, saying that if they didn't want to, then they could end it there. In addition to them, there are many more sponsors who would like to do this business at all costs. The Count frowned, trying to weigh the pros and cons, after which he told Her Highness that this was not necessary. The princess grinned when she heard that, in this way, they could contribute to the well-being of the empire. Anais thought that since it was the princess's idea, her father had put the seal of their family without much thought. This was done in order not to fall out of favor, but who knew that in the end it would bring so many problems? The magic stone needed to heat water in the baths has become much more expensive, and they have become unable to afford such a purchase. If they urgently find solutions, they will suffer colossal losses, and at this rate their company will sink to the bottom. On top of that, the third princess doesn't even want to see her, so she had no choice but to get drunk. As she emptied her glass, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from behind her and called out to her. The man introduced himself as Michael, the seventh princess's personal knight, adding that she wished to meet her. The surprised Viscountess could not understand anything, so she decided to ask again if she really wanted to meet with her. Hearing an affirmative answer, the girl with a sad look explained that she could not leave right now. At that same second, the knight stated that Her Highness asked to convey that she would not detain her for a long time. Clenching her hands into fists, Anais made a decision. Because anyway, the third princess did not even want to look in her direction. Raising her head confidently, she agreed, provided that it was not for long, after which she asked to be taken to her. When the man began to escort the Viscountess, Rosie immediately noticed this, who looked at them with curiosity. A few minutes later, the seventh princess greeted Lady Lucierde good-naturedly. Anais bowed, mutually greeting the princess, asking herself why she wanted to meet her. Yuan got straight to the point, saying that people were saying that the Count was in big trouble because of the imperial project. The Viscountess looked completely downcast, but suddenly she blossomed when Eve said that she could help her. Anais said that the third princess was not going to help them because she knew about the increase in prices for the stone. With a sad look, Yuan told her that the third princess wanted their bankruptcy, and nothing more. All this is done in order to buy them back cheaply and merge them with the trading company of Chansley, his comrades. The reconstruction of the capital is about to begin, and she wants Chansley's company to handle it personally. The Viscountess remembered that the Chansley family is one of the 3 richest in the empire. They finance Bridget's fund. Yuan confirmed this, adding that they want to buy similar companies to expand their influence. However, their funds are not endless, so they want to bankrupt as many companies as possible in order to take them over. Anais immediately stated that she knew the reason, after which she asked the princess if they were buying magic stones. Yuan confirmed her guesses, adding that they couldn't sell them right away, which is why they had problems with finances. If it becomes known about the purchase of stones, it will be difficult for them, and they will get involved in the proceedings. This information angered the Viscountess, who said that it was unbearable to think that the princess was behind this. The woman began to cry, saying that all she did was wait for the third princess's help in such a situation. Eve began to remove her hands from her face, gently saying that it was not her fault, asking the woman not to reproach herself. Holding her hands as if supporting her, the princess confidently declared that she would help solve this problem. Not believing her ears, the Viscountess immediately joyfully declared that Her Highness was the benefactor of their family. Shaking her hands, Anais added with tears in her eyes that she would be waiting for the soap case she talked about earlier. Yuan smiled, answering that all this time she could not rest peacefully, so she advised her to leave early. However, in order to lull the third princess's vigilance, she will be forced to stay a little longer at the reception. The joyful girl immediately agreed with the princess, adding that she would show her acting talent. When the Viscountess bowed and headed for the exit, Yuan partingly asked to take care of herself. With a smile on her face, she saw the woman off, pleased that this time everything went according to plan. If this continues, Chansley won't be able to get the bathhouses, then Bridget won't relax the fire safety measures. And then a terrible fire in the city, which was supposed to happen in the near future, could be prevented. More than 300 people died then. This cannot happen again. This case will be the first step against Bridget. Leaning back on the sofa, the princess wondered where Michael had gone. Because Anais had already left, he got up from his seat, She called her personal night that she had already finished, but there was no answer. Coming out of the pearl room, the girl began to examine the corridor, which was completely empty. Some time ago, Rosie was displeasedly thinking that everything seemed to have gone down because of the seventh princess. Today was her birthday, but she was also wondering where her sister and her knight had gone. Then she decided that they had retired to the pearl room. These guesses also infuriated her very much. Suddenly, she was surprised to notice Michael, who was accompanying the Viscountess, but Eve was not around. The princess immediately recognized the knight, but could not recognize the girl, trying to understand where he was leading her. Having overheard them, she realized that it was her sister's order, when she suddenly noticed that they were heading to the pearl room. This information led her to believe that the three of them were going to do this, which seemed impossible to her. Blushing, Rosenit could not believe that her sister was interested in such things, and besides, she suddenly became bolder. Biting her nails, she thought angrily that she was the first to capture the knight and pass the test. The princess began to sneak behind them, firmly deciding that in the name of justice, she was obliged to stop them. When they reached their destination, Rosie immediately realized that Eve was already waiting for them there. But she did not show up. She was surprised when she noticed that Michael did not come in, which is why she decided that she was wrong in her guesses. She suddenly thought about it, because she was going to stop her sister. But she had a much more interesting idea. She walked slowly towards Michael, smiling and urging him to pay attention to her. Seeing the princess, the knight immediately bowed, greeting her highness, trying to observe etiquette. All this time, Rosenit was asking herself why he was here alone. In her eyes, it all looked very suspicious. They looked at each other in silence for several seconds, Rosie clicking her heels and the guy flinching with every blow. He thought that with their first meeting, he felt something strange, and it felt extremely unpleasant. When asked if her sister was inside, the knight replied that her highness wished to rest alone. The princess thought about it because she knew that she was not alone there, but she decided to temporarily omit this moment. Tilting her head to the side, the girl asked with interest why he was not next to her, as befits a personal knight. Michael apologized for his insolence, saying that, following her logic, Millard should be next to her now. Laughing artificially, Rosenit replied that she just went out for a minute to breathe fresh air. The knight immediately realized that something was fishy here, suggesting that the eighth princess might suspect something. He replied that the princess's life was too important to go unaccompanied, advising him to keep Millard close. Looking at the guy, the girl asked if he could accompany her while her personal knight was not around. Michael would like to refuse this offer, but he was stopped by the oath of allegiance given at the ceremony. She will not allow you to ignore the request of a member of the imperial family, no matter how much the homunculus wants it. At first, he decided to pretend that he would ask Eve's permission, but he did not want to interrupt the conversation with the Viscountess. He had no choice but to take her hand and agree to her request, feeling disgusted. It was even worse than the ceremony, but he found the strength to offer to take her to the garden. Sometime later, Ewan wandered through the deserted corridors in search of her personal knight. Suddenly, she met Sylvestian on her way, who, judging by his appearance, was also busy searching. Stopping, they looked at each other in surprise. Briefly exchanging polite greetings, the princess immediately asked why he was alone, to which she received the answer that he was looking for the eighth princess. This was the answer that the girl least wanted to hear, deciding that Rosie had taken him away after all. Ewan told Millard that it seemed that her sister and Michael were now together, walking somewhere around the palace grounds. At this time, Rosenit noticed that the knight was walking too fast, in response to which he immediately asked for forgiveness. Then she said that he was not very talkative. He again apologized for the discomfort. Suddenly, the girl stopped, letting go of his hand. Michael immediately stood up to hope that they would end there. At that same second, Rosenit stood in front of the guy, saying that I would like to see him without a blindfold. This request also made the knight tense, causing him to feel his heart begin to pound. The princess tried to look sweet and naive, hoping that in this way she could achieve what she wanted. Without waiting for the knight to answer, she extended her hand, causing Michael to close his eyes in disgust. Michael understood that his permission would not solve anything, because when the owner is not around, he has no right to refuse. Without waiting for permission, Rosie extended her hand, while the guy's heart was pounding, not wanting it. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice that stopped the girl, and at that very second, even stood in front of him. At the same time, Sylvestian approached Rosinette, who took his place next to the mistress. The first voice was cast by Ewan, who immediately asked her sister why she had taken someone else's night with her. She quickly got out of it, answering that Michael voluntarily offered to accompany her, seeing her alone. Eve understood that this was a lie, after which she said that she met Millard when he was looking for her throughout the palace. When asked why she didn't wait for him, Rosie replied that they just missed each other, nothing like that. Ewan decided to play along with her, saying that since her knight was now with her, she should continue the walk with him. Turning around with dissatisfaction, Rosinette noticed how Sylvestian bowed, asking Her Highness for permission. Her look directly indicated that she did not want to spend time with her knight, but it was too late. Therefore, the girl turned away with displeasure, declaring that she had already refreshed herself enough, so it was time for her to return. Meanwhile, Ewan looked carefully at Michael, who was waiting for the end of the meeting with a calm face. Even though he was her knight, she begged that the events from her past life would never happen again. Never the eighth princess and her knight headed towards the palace. Eve and Michael looked after them. Suddenly, the guy said that she had arrived just in time. Ewan was surprised, asking what happened between them. Without hiding the truth, the knight replied that the eighth princess wanted to remove the bandage from him. This stunned Eve. Removing the knight's bandage meant an invitation to spend the night together, and it was unlikely that she just wanted to see his eyes. Putting the guy in her hands, the princess immediately began to ask for forgiveness for leaving him alone. With a calm expression on his face, Michael replied that the princess should not apologize for this, because it was not her fault. A week later, they were walking together, when suddenly Michael announced that she had been sent many invitations. It seemed like the public was interested in her, so she had to read all the letters. Ewan noted with a smile that everything was fine with those they met at the reception, and everyone was happy. Now the girl was experiencing wonderful sensations, and it seemed to her that there should be no problems. The knight asked that the place where they were going now was also part of the plan to become the crown princess. The girl nodded, because they were going for one of the most important conditions. After a while they met Alvin. Entering the room, the princess smiled and greeted Lord Redmond, who was very happy to see her. With some excitement, the man said that she was interested in the social activities of the imperial family. Ewan replied that it was exactly like that. She didn't know that this guy could help her move forward. Social activities are social assistance from the imperial family, which begins with donations. It also includes sponsorship and financing of diverse and complex projects. With high scores for such activity, you can participate in politics, making your voice significant among the nobility. Until now, she had no interest in this race, so at the moment she has low points compared to Bridget. To gain access, she needs these glasses, so Eve decided to look through the documents provided by Alvin. Starting to leaf through the notes, she turned her attention to the analysis of the real state of the place where the magic stone was mined. Redmond pointed out that possible activities for her at the moment are right here on the front pages. It could be finding and funding artists. If the artist becomes famous, the credit will be attributed to her. The problem is that until this happens, a lot of time will pass, and it is unlikely to be suitable as a main task. The princess asked for advice on the most significant things she could do, and the guy immediately began to suggest. When they finished their business, Michael asked that she wanted access to the magic stone mines. Smiling, the princess was surprised that her knight was able to notice this, and was pleased with his observation. Looking emotionlessly at the hostess, the guy asked if she didn't take him with her to show it. Ewan replied that he was able to notice this too. She was glad that a smart knight was next to her. She plans to visit the homunculi in the mines in the first half of the year, and wants to quickly improve their living conditions. The guy looked at the princess, who was literally beaming and smiling, thinking about her plans for the future. Michael whispered that she was indeed serious, when suddenly they heard footsteps heading towards them. A worried Rian ran towards them, loudly addressing Her Highness. Her appearance made them freeze. The princess did not understand why she was behaving this way, but the next second she heard that they were in trouble. Ewan understood the cause of the trouble when she returned to her chambers, finding 3 sisters and her father there, who had come to visit. The maids shouted almost in tears that His Majesty would be in the Emerald Chambers any minute. The The girl remembered that her father said that he would visit her. And of course, he would be with his sisters, who were also interested. Since they are here anyway, they will at least find out who Brigitte's knight is now, whom she still hasn't seen. She changes them so often that it confuses you, which is why you don't have time to get used to the previous one. At the moment, standing next to her older sister, was a handsome brown-haired man. Elijah Halston even remembers him. He, for an unusually long time, took his place next to Bridget, proud of his position. Rumor has it that his sister was simply happy with her nights with him, and that's the whole secret of his long service. The princess immediately blushed, trying to understand why she was even imagining this at such an inconvenient moment. Meanwhile, absolute silence reigned in the room. None of the guests dared to be the first to speak. Ewan looked at Elijah, who, noticing her gaze, smiled sweetly, which greatly surprised the princess. The girl immediately shuddered and blushed, hastening to quickly turn her face away and not meet his eyes. Michael noticed her strange behavior, but did not ask anything, not allowing himself such impudence. When he saw Elijah grin, a hint of anger immediately appeared on the guy's face towards him. While the knight glared at the other with an evil gaze, he continued to smile and look sweet and calm. Inspecting the interior, Bridget was the first to speak up, saying that the emerald chambers were truly delightful. Ewan agreed, adding that she was immensely grateful exclusively to her father for these unusually beautiful chambers. The emperor immediately laughed, glad that his daughter was pleased, because it was the right decision to give them to her. Eve noticed the contorted faces of the other two sisters, who were clearly offended by what had happened. The girl understood that no one except Brit had chambers, so they were offended that they did not get them. One of the sisters said that he gave Eve's the emerald chambers because he was glad that she had chosen a personal knight. Another supported her, adding that one would think that her sister had done something outstanding in alchemy. If she had known that something like this could make him so happy, she would have waited a year or two. Bridget noticed the dissatisfied expression on the emperor's face, deciding that she should intervene. Smiling slightly and knocking her cup on the saucer, the older sister politely asked the girls to stop. The two princesses immediately fell silent, not wanting to anger the eldest, which is why they excitedly rushed to apologize. Bridget then turned to her father, saying that the conversation about abilities gave her an interesting idea. He is interested in rebuilding Heidelin and working on new projects, and this has reached her ears. People from the council do not know how to keep their mouths shut, but not so long ago, her interest was directed precisely to this area. If her modest abilities are enough, she would like to participate in everything related to Heidelin. Hearing this, Ewan realized the real reason why her older sister came to visit her. Bridget wanted to demonstrate her political acumen to her father and get projects for the manager of her foundation. With an indifferent look, the girl thought that her sister wanted to use her to achieve her goals. By bringing up a topic she can't stand, Bridget wants to see her father's displeasure towards Ewan. Most likely, as in her previous life, she wants to set up the younger one so that no one will stop her from getting the throne. Taking a sip of tea, the princess thought that this time she would not succeed so easily because she would struggle. Meanwhile, the emperor replied to his eldest daughter that he noticed how interested she was in learning about the project. He then started talking about slums in the east of the 14th arrondissement, relocating to reclaimed areas in the south of the 27th arrondissement. Bridget enthusiastically declared that her father's idea was truly brilliant, while Eva knew that it would be a failure. The eldest sister continued to say that the 14th district has served as a defense against monsters since ancient times. Currently, the evil in the east has disappeared, but in the south, attacks from various monsters have suddenly become more frequent. So this time, too, it's worth moving the poor there, and the 27th arrondissement will be an obstacle in its own way. Desmond replied that she was so insightful, she immediately understood everything that made him proud of his daughter. At that same second, Bridget cast a quick glance towards Even, wanting to see the displeasure on her face. However, the girl continued to drink tea with a calm look, not wanting to get involved in their conversation just yet. This was only to the advantage of the eldest, so she asked if some undeveloped lands could not love him. Eve froze, asking herself that if the poor people do not pay taxes, it is not enough that their land is taken away. They will not only use people as a shield, but also force them to work, making real slaves out of them. However, it's still early, We need to restrain ourselves, because if she intervenes now, she will only turn her father against her. Taking another quick glance at her younger sister, Bridget thought that this time she was holding out for a long time. Then she turned to her father again, saying that the poor people from the slums were also subjects of the empire, but they did not pay taxes. They must find a way to turn their work into the good of the empire, and she already has some ideas. Now, the poor need housing and work. In the territories being developed, housing can be provided at a low interest rate. And by registering at the Imperial Labor Center, people can freely get a job. In this way, they will be able to reimburse all the expenses that will go into purchasing and maintaining housing. Bridget prepared for this conversation in advance, knowing that her arguments could convince her father to agree with her. The emperor seriously thought about providing housing, registering at the labor center, and providing work. In this case, they will fulfill their duty to the empire, and at the same time, everything will be absolutely legal and legal. Yuan doubted that this was a good way, because after registration, it would be impossible to evade taxes. Having driven people into a deadly place, they will not only be used as a shield, but also to collect taxes. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Eve's voice, saying that she did not agree, because then the slum residents would refuse to be resettled. An evil grin immediately appeared on Bridget's face as she waited for her sister's reaction. In turn, the father slowly turned towards Yuan, showing displeasure with his entire appearance. When the princess voiced her thoughts, there was silence, when suddenly Bridget asked her to continue. Eve said that the east is now safe, and if they move to the south, they will again take on the role of a shield. She asked if they thought people would just accept it. Jobs and housing were important, but not at the cost of their own lives. Hearing such a statement, the emperor lowered his head, reflecting on the wise words of his youngest daughter. Meanwhile, Yuan continued, saying that it would be bad if the army relocated people against their will. This will irreversibly and negatively affect the reputation of the emperor, who must help the people. Silence fell over the room again, during which Desmond crossed his arms over his chest. Thinking about it, Yuan lowered her head guiltily, remembering her father's angry face from her past life, not wanting to see him again. Closing her eyes, the princess thought doomedly that she could not allow these events to happen again. Suddenly, she was brought out of her sad thoughts by the voice of Brit, who asked what she suggested in this case. And does she really want to say in this way that it is better to completely refuse to develop these lands? Yuan was silent for a while, trying to find words, and Bridget decided that she was able to win. But just as she was about to take a sip of tea, she suddenly froze when her younger sister raised her voice. With a confident look, Yuan stated that she had a plan that would be ideal for both people and the empire. She explained that the most important thing now is the safety of life, and there is a way to ensure safe living. Even without building military facilities and sending an army there, they will be able to implement this. The princess stated in a confident tone that it was possible to build houses for the imperial knights on the border. Such a statement stunned not only the emperor, but also the personal knights who stood next to them. Yuan continued, saying that even if there were a tenth of the knights on duty there, they would be able to protect themselves. Desmond thought again, then smiled and replied that this method of implementation was very good. He pointed his finger at Bridget, saying that the plan still needed to build houses for the poor. Not if the homunculus dies, his house will again become the property of the empire, and this is an excellent idea. While Yuan smiled and said that her father was flattering her, the older sister watched this picture with displeasure. Then she turned to Yuan, saying that it was very unexpected to hear something like that from her lips. This is a haven for knights who serve the emperor himself, and she wants to build them in a place like this. Eve thought that she was trying to find fault again, after which she asked if the empire was not more important than the honor of the homunculi. The satisfied emperor nodded his head, while Bridget said that she had indeed become a real princess. Yuan thanked her with a smile on her face and thought it was good that she fell for the words about honor. However, human rights are clearly more important than the profit of the empire. Everyone needs food, clothing, and shelter. Therefore, in this way the homunculi will receive basic rights, and this will be her first step towards executing the plan. Desmond turned his gaze away from his eldest daughter, asking Yuan if she had any other ideas. He would like to hear more of her suggestions for this project. Meanwhile, Bridget glared at her, Deciding not to pay attention to this, Eve smiled sweetly, answering that she had a few more suggestions. A couple of hours later, the princess escorted the guests to the exit, wishing her father and sisters a safe journey. When the girl returned to the house, the first thing she did was wearily plop down on the sofa while the maid was putting away the cups. At that same second, Michael approached her, immediately asking about the rights of homunculi, which Eve wants to achieve. Yuan hastened to ask how the other knights reacted to her great plans. The guy replied that one had no change of expression, two more looked depressed, and one was smiling. The girl noticed that it was at least strange to smile because of something like this, and then asked who it was. Michael immediately replied that it was the third princess's personal knight, who was always grinning. At that same second, there was a knock on the door, and then the maid came in, saying that Sir Halstein had returned. When asked what happened, Ryan replied that he needed to find the ribbon that the third princess had dropped. She replied that she was not here, but he wanted to check in person. Eve decided that it would be better to just accept him. A minute later, a smiling guy entered the room, greeting the seventh princess again. Sitting on the sofa, the girl put her hands on her knees, asking him to make sure there was no tape and to leave. The knight immediately began to look around, asking for understanding, because he wants there to be no doubts. After he looked around, the guy sat down on his knee, said that he might have made a mistake, and then asked for forgiveness. He suddenly extended his hand, asking to accept his sincere apology for his rudeness, and waited for an answer. At that moment, the princess cursed etiquette, which did not allow her to refuse to show politeness. She extended her hand in response, after which the knight gently took it and kissed it, making the situation awkward. This action on his part shocked not only Ewan, but also Michael, who was amazed at his audacity. As soon as Halstein finished, he immediately raised his head and smiled sweetly, but even didn't understand what it was. Then he apologized for allowing himself too much. He was too excited about the honor of kissing her hand. Pulling back her hand, the embarrassed girl asked him to step. He, still smiling, agreed with her request. The knight slowly walked towards the exit, when he suddenly froze, after which he turned around, giving everyone a grin. And Michael looked after him with displeasure. This action left a terrible impression about this guy. Gritting his teeth, Knight Eve said that it was necessary to twist his wrist so that he would henceforth know his place. Wiping her hand with a handkerchief, the girl replied that she should not touch the third princess's personal knight. The guy said that it didn't look like he did it on orders. Ewan was surprised at this suggestion. In truth, at first she thought that Betty was trying to hurt her in this way, which meant he was planning something else. Elijah, knowing how experienced Bridget was in relationships with men, made a lot of effort. The reason to attract her attention is obvious. My sister is currently the most promising candidate for the throne, and such a nosy guy was now making eyes at her. Because of this, she completely did not understand the motives of his behavior. You can definitely say that this is unpleasant. If she makes a mistake, the situation can become very problematic. Michael remembered the princess who extended her hand that time, and now here is a knight who is asking for his hand. Evan laughed awkwardly, thinking that the members of the imperial family only saw homunculi as objects. The princess hastened to reassure him, saying that she was not going to challenge anyone in such things. The guy replied that he thought she just had to participate in it, but she decided to turn into a queen. Eve agreed, adding that she would still have to get involved in something like that, since he was her personal knight. Michael watched with surprise the expression on the hostess's face, which acquired maximum seriousness. He thought that it was a joke, and then said that he should mentally prepare for something like this. Even said she doesn't plan to use him as a bet, even if a fight is inevitable. The knight decided to ask what she would do in this case. At that very second, the princess turned sharply to him. Ewan was confident in her strengths and abilities, so she said that she would definitely win, no matter what the cost. Then a smile colored her face as she said that she couldn't lose it, so she wouldn't give it to anyone. Hearing such speeches, Michael was surprised to think that she had truly captured him completely. The next day, they headed into town, helping the children from the orphanage, who waved happily. While walking around the city, Ewan said that she understood why Lord Redmond told them to wear comfortable clothes. Looking at the knight with a smile, she said that she could not expect him to get along so well with children. The guy replied that, as the director of the shelter said, They were like angels, and he was glad that he was useful. Suddenly, the girl froze, saying that it was a pity to return so quickly, although it was still quite early. Pointing to the crowded square, the princess suggested they look at the city, since they were just about to attend a festival. Noticing smiling people and cheers, the knight was fascinated by such an offer. He then blushed and cleared his throat, answering that if the princess wanted it, they should go there. As they walked forward, Eve decided to ask if he would continue to call her princess outside the palace. Such a question discouraged Michael, who asked in an uncertain tone what she should be called then. The girl happily replied that he could call her Eve. Such a proposal made the knight surprised. At this time, Eve was literally sparkling with joy, waiting for her personal knight to be able to say this. Having collected his thoughts, the guy took a deep breath, after which, blushing, he barely audibly pronounced her name. When she heard this, the smile immediately fell from her face, remembering that Michael addressed her like that in a past life. Then the princess smiled awkwardly, saying that this was what he could call her from now on outside the palace. They then headed into town, enjoying each other's company and trying different street foods. Suddenly, they turned around when they heard someone addressing the gentleman that they were watching a performance at the Pegasus Theater. The herald loudly announced that the best singer of their theater had prepared a solo performance especially for them. Hearing that the singer would be performing now, Ewan immediately became interested and wanted to go watch. Suddenly, the princess froze when she heard someone's dissatisfied screams and curses somewhere nearby. Some girl shouted that she didn't want it, after which she loudly demanded to take her dirty hands off her. Suddenly, the stranger ran towards Eve, declaring that she would not do as he said. But as soon as she began to look forward, Eve immediately appeared in front of her and did not have time to dodge. A moment later, they finally collided. The stranger immediately collapsed to the ground and even managed to catch Michael. The man immediately began to ask if she was okay. She answered in the affirmative, without taking her eyes off the girl. At that same second, the loud voice of a dissatisfied man was heard from around the corner, asking her not to dare to be sorry. Then he added that Ramona herself refused such a chance. When she heard this name, Eve was shocked. She couldn't believe that right in front of her was the best singer in the empire, whose voice was incomparable. The princess was delighted because she had recordings of her songs, although she is a small fan of music. When she felt bad, she calmed down by listening to her voice. But now, apparently, no one knows her yet. At that same second, shock appeared on Ramona's face when she heard that someone had already started singing on stage. She turned around in horror, not wanting to believe her eyes in what was happening now, because this was her performance. The severity of what was happening immediately pressed down on her, causing her to slowly sink to her knees out of despair. At first she sank, then began to get angry, loudly cursing the man she had just escaped from. She strained and screamed so hard that she did not notice how she began to cry, continuing to throw mud at the scoundrel. Sniffling, she turned in surprise towards the girl, who decided to ask what had happened. Ramona noticed a sweetly smiling Eve, who handed her a scarf so that she could clean herself up. Having accepted the handkerchief, the girl, still with tears in her eyes, thanked her and said that her name was Ramona Rund. Today she was supposed to stand on that stage, but the son of the theater owner acted in a very terrible way. Hugging the princess, she loudly declared that he kicked her out because she refused to be a couple with him. Noticing this rudeness, Michael immediately decided to ask if she knew who was standing in front of her, but Ewan stopped him. Hugging the singer, the princess thought that she, too, had to overcome a lot before becoming a star. Just as her songs gave her comfort, now she can give her comfort, and maybe something more. A few minutes later, the princess decided to ask if Ramona was feeling better. She answered in the affirmative, after which she added that it was not in the rules of her people to simply accept someone's help. With an awkward look, Ewan thought that she couldn't reveal herself now. And besides, there was a more important problem. Placing her hands affectionately on the singer's shoulders, Eve said that she still seemed to need a little help. Ramona asked not to feel sorry for her, because this happens here all the time, so she is completely fine. In a friendly tone, Ewan asked how she would feel about the fact that if this is not pity, but real help. The girl immediately shook her head, answering that she could not help her in any way, even if she really wanted to. Smiling, the princess said that she would not be so sure about this, and it was worth trying to solve the problem. An hour later, Ramona was already on stage, captivating the audience with her magnificent voice. At this time, the man whom she refused asked the owner of the theater why Ramona was singing. While among the spectators, Michael asked, "Even if she always helps the first person she meets like this?" Eve gave an affirmative answer, because sponsoring talented artists is one of the duties of the August. At that very second, the knight asked how she knew about Ramona's talent if she had never heard her. Eve immediately froze. Ewan winked at him, stutteringly answering that it was all her intuition. She was never wrong about such things. At that same moment, Ramona finished singing, after which the herald announced that she was ending their performance. Suddenly, the artist noticed a girl among the crowd who was able to influence her to be allowed on stage. As soon as she came down from the stage, she immediately decided to catch up with them before they got too far. Guessing why she was suddenly invited to speak, Ramona asked if she really helped her. Ewan gave an affirmative answer, moving closer to the artist so that no one else could hear their conversation. Ramona wanted to ask how she did it, after which she began to turn her head, deciding that it didn't matter. Suddenly, she grabbed the princess by the hand, demanding to tell her her name, which meant so much to her. She begged to name him, because the girl saved her career, and she doesn't even know the name of her savior. Ewan was surprised, because even Stella had never held her hand. She felt awkward, but overall pleasant. She suddenly smiled, blushing slightly, and then said that her name was Eve Chloe, deciding not to reveal herself. At that same second, Michael approached the princess, saying that it was time for them to return, as it was beginning to get dark. Eve agreed, after which she turned to the artist and said that they would definitely see each other again. She agreed. After this, the princess and her knight went back to the palace under the accompanying gaze of Ramona. 5 minutes later, they reached the carriage. While the girl climbed inside, she said that her song was great. The princess was pleased with today, after which she stated that in the future, everything would be even better. Eve was also well remembered by Ramona, who will remember this sudden meeting with warmth in her soul. The carriage walked at a leisurely pace, and only the clatter of the horses' hooves could be heard, which carried the owners home. Eve looked out the window, thinking about the events of the past day. She couldn't help but be proud of what she did today. She also recalled that the owner of the theater confirmed in writing that he would comply with the confidentiality clause. If they find out that the imperial family is related to a commoner, nothing good will happen, and one day it will be revealed. Therefore, for now, it is better to hide it from prying eyes. Meanwhile, Michael noticed that Eve was thinking. He then said that he thought that only he was allowed to address her informally. But there was an exception. The princess smiled, answering that he communicated with her like that, so she somehow didn't even think about it. The knight said that this was similar to the communication of commoners. The girl did not understand what he meant. Then he directly asked if she had noticed that she had just made a friend. Such a question surprised Eve. The princess replied that this could very well be the case, after which she lowered her head, thinking about this question. Maybe she deliberately did not reveal Ramona and who she was. It was not just for the sake of confidentiality. Perhaps she just wanted the singer to communicate with her as easily next time as she did today. She suddenly looked in surprise at Michael, who looked downcast despite the situation. The girl smiled affectionately, after which she decided to ask if he had friends or acquaintances. This question took the guy by surprise. He looked away and then thought for a few seconds, looking for an answer. With a questioning look, the princess continued to smile, obediently waiting for the knight's answer. After 2 hours, Michael returned to his chambers, but he entered slowly so as not to wake up his sleeping comrades. Suddenly, he turned his attention to Millard, saying with a hint of surprise that he was quite early today. The guy clarified that he had not returned before midnight for a long time. The interlocutor grinned, clarifying that this happened every 2 days. Michael looked at his comrade in surprise, not knowing that there were days when he did not spend the night here at all. A guy with silver hair and bruises on his neck said that the White Rose of the Empire was no different from others. He then asked if Even was demanding the same thing. Michael frowned, answering that he was crossing the line. Suddenly, Millard flinched, realizing that he had blurted it out unconsciously, after which he explained that he had misspoken. Michael decided to put himself in his position, realizing that he was very tired from serving Rosie, since he made such a mistake. Opening the curtains, He asked his comrade to rest, suggesting that they practice swords during the day. He agreed. After that, Michael lay down in his bed, reflecting on the events that had happened today. He then looked at Millard, after which he was reminded of Ewan's question about whether he had friends. He had been taught that homunculi had no attachments, and he believed that this was how it should be. The next day, there was a meeting of the council, at which various gentlemen were present, including the emperor. Marquis Remitiello said that he understood why the emperor invited the seventh princess today. One of the members of the Supreme Council rendered a verdict that this girl is very gifted and wise, despite her age. The emperor agreed, saying that he had been proud of her lately, and that it was she who had proposed the resettlement policy. The man shuddered and replied that he had heard that this was the princess's plan, but thought that it was the third princess who proposed it. However, not only he thought so, the others thought the same, and no one could believe that everything was different. A hubbub immediately began, during which everyone discussed such unexpected news that surprised everyone. Ewan drooped slightly, realizing that Betty had turned everything around this way, but now everything would be different. The emperor was wondering what prompted them to such an idea, because, as he said, it was Iwin. She used to argue fiercely during tea parties, but now her words will be recorded and passed on to important people. The fact that Bridget tried to appropriate her idea for herself will be scattered through the mouths of scribes and legislators in the council. After a while, the meeting was over, and the princess took leave of each honorable gentleman. When it was all over, Ewan literally glowed with happiness, thinking that Betty's reputation was now at risk. But it also meant that the third princess would not sit back and watch her sister triumph. During the meeting, they wanted to discuss ways to use sandworms to create fertile soil. Bridget was surprised by such a strange topic, which is why she asked who dared to post such nonsense. Then the girl asked to tell them to let them come and speak for themselves, and not ask the Marquise to represent them. Seeing the man's dissatisfied face, the third princess grinned as she said her last word. But at that very second, the Marquis said that this was proposed by the author of the plan for resettlement to the border. The girl's eyes widened when she realized that Ewan had suggested it. No. She didn't understand how they knew. He added that he thought it was originally the third princess's plan, but he almost fell for his own mistake. Elijah opened the window and decided that it was better to be quiet. The aroma was so strong that it was impossible to breathe. Bridget watched the flowers drown in the pink liquid, and she asked how she dared to disgrace her. After all, she was supposed to sit in the corner and pretend to be smart. But it turned out that Eve did not know her place, squeezing flower petals in her hands. The third princess said that her sister would regret getting involved in politics. Eve knew that Betty would not sit idly by and would soon begin to act, so she had to protect herself. The next morning, Michael entered the living room, bowing low and greeting Her Highness. Eve reciprocated, saying that there was time left before leaving, so she invited them to chat. The knight froze, carefully examining the princess, noticing that today she looked somehow different. He decided to voice it, that she was especially beautiful today, but he wondered what that was about. Ewan replied that she heard that knights are proud to serve someone truly beautiful, which is why she dressed up. Inviting him to sit down, the princess added that she had made efforts to instill in him a feeling of devotion. Then she asked him to taste tea. He immediately, which she grew with her own hands, she had a whole garden. Michael, Stella, and 3 servants said that the tea was very tasty because it was brewed by Her Highness. The knight carefully watched the princess, who was in high spirits and smiling sweetly. He asked later that he didn't know her plans, but today, by chance, there was no important ball or banquet. Stella replied that today there would be a regular princess tea party. It was a meeting place for the most powerful women. This is an event where adult princesses gather to discuss political issues. They say so, but this is just a cover. In fact, princesses gather there and discuss secret topics, and the main one is the evaluation of personal knights, so the rule arose not to bring knights with you. Sometimes it got to the extreme, and the princesses exchanged vulgar details with each other. Eve could only imagine that she would have to appear in front of her sisters and Rosenite, feeling tired. The princess's personal knight is not allowed to have a tea party, apparently. Hugh, I forgot to give him the schedule for today. Looking at Michael, Eve realized that he did not understand why he could not go with her to this event. She decided to change the topic and said that his work was finished for today, and he was free to do whatever he wanted. He calmly agreed, clarifying that he would be in the Closo arena, so she could call him whenever she wanted. After 20 minutes, Eve recalled Michael's words, not understanding why today they sounded so serious. Betty was also suspiciously quiet, but it was clear that she was furious about the ruined plans. If she were in her place, she would certainly have taken revenge on the offender. Then she asked Hugh if he had forgotten her order. The guy clarified that he must immediately inform her if anything happens to Sir Agnito. The princess politely asked him to be on guard, especially today. He bowed, answering that he understood everything. Looking after the leaving servant, Ewan worriedly asked herself if everything would be all right with him and Michael. Meanwhile, the knight watched the other homunculi training with a dejected expression and crossed arms. He thought about the fact that one-on-one sparring does not cause problems for anyone. But there was one caveat to this. They do not notice their surroundings, completely concentrating on one enemy, which is not always effective. After all, if someone interferes in the battle, the end is inevitable. At this rate, they will simply begin to be killed in the back. At that very moment, Millard approached him, saying that today he was released again surprisingly early. Sylvestian decided to ask what he was thinking about so seriously, since he was not training, but only observing. Michael calmly replied that he thought that the homunculi were not capable of a joint attack from different sides. And this was a completely expected remark, because usually personal knights train exclusively one-on-one. He then changed the topic, asking if Sylvestian knew that the production of the magic stone had decreased. He agreed, because it is extracted from crystals into which the earth around the defeated dragon turns. So soon we will have to go in search of the dragon. An army will be assembled from homunculi and from the guard. Michael explained that everyone will fight alone, as now, so they will die in any case. Then the man realized why there were so many homunculi recreated during the dragon hunt. While he was saying this, he noticed Sylvestian's surprised look, so he decided to ask what they were doing. Millard replied that this was amazing, because it seemed to him that he was sincerely worried about the other homunculi. Such a remark could surprise Michael himself, who asked himself why he was worried about them. The Knight of the White Rose decided to leave the guy with his thoughts, saying that he would go and train a little. As soon as he left, two unfamiliar homunculi approached Michael and addressed him. He tried to look restrained, but he sensed that something was wrong here, but still asked what happened. One of the guys replied that someone was looking for him, after which he ordered him to follow them right away. Michael wanted to know who was looking for him, having heard that the imperial family was looking for him, but they could not say more. This answer made the knight tense, but he could not resist the order of the August ones by following them. They still did it right during the princess's tea party in order to catch him alone, away from Even. Now he was asking only one question: what did they need from him, while Eve was having a casual conversation? The guy thought that he was brought into a thick windfall. The gaze of an observer golem would not reach such a place. He also noticed that it was suspiciously quiet here, so they must have installed a sound barrier. He heard that members of the imperial family were torturing their relatives' personal knights in order to put pressure on the owners. Perhaps it is better to let it be so, because if he is the target, then the princess will probably not be touched, because she is more important. A few minutes later, their path was blocked by the prince and princess, behind whom stood their personal knights. Sixth Princess Stephanie stated that this was annoying, asking why Betty was forcing her to do this. Sixth Prince Derek asked her to calm down, because Bridget would soon become the crown princess, and they needed her trust. Hearing their brief dialogue, Michael immediately realized that this was revenge for that relocation plan. The homunculi, who took Michael from training, reported to the princess, after which they were recalled. Then the girl gave the knight a smug and insolent look, pointing at him with her fan and ordering him to come closer. Michael was surprised at how well they had thought out the plan to call him, using these two homunculi. Observing etiquette, the guy knelt down and lowered his head, greeting the sixth princess. He introduced himself when his friend heard Derek's voice, who ordered him to freeze and not dare to rise. The prince turned to Ritver and Snorrit, who were their personal knights, and they immediately approached Michael. The prince ordered to hold him. They immediately agreed. This order placed anxiety in the heart of the knight. Standing behind him, the two homunculi would not allow Michael to escape or oppose anything. Snorthvint leaned over slightly, whispering that it would be better for everyone if he sat on both knees. Turning around, Michael replied that only the emperor and his mistress have the right to communicate with him, as if with a slave. This did not impress the girl, who, together with her friend, literally pinned the guy to the ground. Their pressure was so strong that the knee on which Michael stood immediately began to bleed. Stefania, who had been watching him, slowly approached the knight, placing her fan under his chin. She immediately asked if he knew why he was brought here. The guy tried not to express any emotions, so he replied that he could not possibly know the answer to this question. The girl replied that there were rumors around the palace that Eves was not doing a good job training her personal knight, and she is very worried about her stupid sister, so she could not help me on behalf of all her sisters. Michael replied that if he had made a mistake in serving his mistress, let her tell him about it, and he would correct himself. The princess froze, after which a smile appeared on her face, which did not foretell anything good. She then said that he had become Eve's personal knight a whole month ago and had never spent the night with her. This could only mean that he had not trained enough to be worthy of serving the princess. Therefore, she noticed that the knight was unable to satisfy his mistress, so every night she let him go. Michael immediately imagined Ewan's innocent face, knowing that the princess had never used it for such a purpose. Derek added that he was not competent enough to be a personal knight, and this would affect their family's reputation. Stefania supported this by saying that a defective homunculus had no place in the imperial palace. If a homunculus fails to perform its assigned duties, it is required by law to be reevaluated. If he is not up to the task of being a personal knight, his status will be lowered, causing him to no longer be able to serve Ewan. Derek smiled artificially, inviting his sister to create a suitable reason for him to leave the palace. Covering her lips with a fan, Stefania replied that her elders would have to take care of this. She would thank them later. After that, they unanimously concluded that it would be quite a good idea to just break a couple of his bones. Michael understood that he was in deep trouble, but his status did not allow him to resist the august ones. In a commanding tone, the princess addressed her personal knights and said that they knew very well what to do. Ritfer and Vint began to slowly draw their swords from their sheaths, looking emotionlessly at Michael. The guy understood that he also needed to get the sword, but at that very second he froze, realizing this mistake. If he draws his sword in the absence of his master, they may accuse him of threatening the life of the prince and princess. Then their violence would be justified. He had no choice but to let go of the handle and await his fate. Seeing the knight's reaction, Stefania and Derek smiled maliciously, clearly understanding that he would not do anything to them. The knights looked at each other, while Michael thought that he had no choice but to survive. Meanwhile, the 7 princesses gathered at one table, enjoying delicious tea and each other's company. First, Princess Roxandra told Eve that she had not used the knight's nightly services in a whole month. Second, Princess Corolla asked how this was possible, because if she did not know how to use it, it was worth intervening. Ewan felt awkward, she of course assumed, but they really openly discuss bed matters. She is not very surprised, precisely because all family members use knights as bed slaves. Eve thought that as soon as she became crown princess, she would immediately remove the institution of personal knights. The fourth Princess Hesia asked if her homunculus had any defect in this regard, receiving a negative answer. The fifth Princess Isel, hearing this, decided that her sister still held a review after the imprinting. Ewan answered in the affirmative, thinking that if he told the truth, they would make too much noise again. Aisel said that she was lying, because if she liked him, she would not send him to her place every night. Bridget agreed with her sister, after which, with a smile on her face, she asked if she could teach him for Ewan. This statement caused Eve a moment of shock, after which she glanced displeasedly towards her older sister. In response, she saw only a malicious grin, because Bridget was used to the fact that no one dared to argue with her. Then she asked not to look at her like that, because it was just a joke that she did not appreciate. Ewan turned to all the sisters, thanking them with a smile on her face, but she herself could handle her knight. Until Michael does something that violates the knight's honor and oath, she is not going to talk about his problems. She especially didn't want strangers to do this, so she asked for understanding. Leaning back in her chair, Bridget suggested changing the subject and talking about something else. Smiling, she suggested discussing how the amount of magic stone mined had increased. Ewan was surprised, because she knows that talking about this here in the absence of her father, is a waste of time. She was trying to understand her sister's motives when suddenly she heard the loud sound of Hugh's bugle, which she did not want to hear. The princess realized that they had indeed decided to get to Michael in her absence, as she had assumed. She was afraid that Michael would again declare himself king of the homunculi, after which he would stage a rebellion. After all, her good attitude may not be enough. If things go like this, not only her family will be at risk. With an indifferent look, she thought about what she urgently needed to see Michael. But now it was difficult. It's as if the sisters are deliberately trying to stall for time by any means, so as not to let her out. Looking at her older sister, Even was completely sure that all of this was her doing, and she was the instigator. At that very second, the princess began to look for escape routes in order to escape from the tea party as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the idea struck her that she could just put them to sleep. Not only would she have time, but Betty wouldn't be able to stop her. Fortunately, it seems that the other sisters had nothing to do with it, because they acted too relaxed and tired. Therefore, all that remains is to deal with the leader and accomplices without harming the other sisters. Even began to whisper a spell while Bridget was talking about the life of 1,000 homunculi, when suddenly she stopped. Kneading her temple, the older sister asked where she stopped. Hesia asked in surprise if everything was okay. Bridget decided not to answer this question, instead looking at Even, who was calmly sipping her tea. She saw a thin thread of magic when she suddenly realized that her younger sister had decided to cast a spell on her. The eldest jumped up, deciding to report Eve's actions, but the girl whispered that it was too late. After these words, Bridget immediately lost consciousness, dropping her head on the table with a loud thud. Kessia and Isel also felt sharp drowsiness, but did not react so violently and began to fall asleep. The sisters who were watching what was happening did not understand what had happened, while Eve rose from her seat. She said that they fell asleep because the topic was too boring, so they could end the tea party. Suspecting nothing, the other girls agreed that it was time to finish, as they themselves were bored. Smiling, Even said that she had an urgent matter, so if they don't mind, she will leave first. After these words, the princess headed towards the balcony, confidently opening the door, under the surprised glances of her sisters. Rosie, who was looking after her, reminded her that the door was on the other side, but she ignored her. Grabbing the railing, Ewan jumped off the balcony because she had catastrophically little time to get down. She used her magic to lower herself to the ground, thinking she was in too much of a hurry to use the door. Now she was only thinking about her knight, who was in trouble, so she mentally asked him to wait. Meanwhile, Michael took the sword without pulling it out of its sheath, after which he began to wait for the first step of the opponents. If he is injured and does not recover, he will be demoted and reclassified to a lower rank. Now he cursed everything in the world, because he would not have been in this position if he could have used his sword. Michael would give everything if only the princess were here right now, but it would be comparable to a miracle. Suddenly, Ritter said that he hated to say this, but it would be better if he gave up his left hand. The knight frowned, as he could not allow this to happen, otherwise he would be immediately demoted. He has two options: let them cut off his hand and live a miserable life working in a rock mine. And the second option is to resist this and save yourself. However, there is an unpleasant pitfall here, too. After all, after this, he will be accused of trying to harm members of the imperial family, and then brutally executed. Both options were terrible, but if he chose the second, at least he would not regret his action. Michael will not be able to harm the imperial family, and no matter how much he wants, he will not be able to reach them. But he can still capture their personal knights. But in this case, he will finally show his strength. And if he causes problems, then Eves will be responsible for everything. This will give the enemies an opportunity to attack. For several seconds he tried to make a choice, after which he threw the sword to the ground, extending his hand in front of him. The guy decided that he should behave like a real knight, at least once in his life, remaining faithful to Ewan. Michael asked Ritwer what he was waiting for. The knight replied that he would try to do it quickly, without unnecessary hassle. The next second, he raised his sword, aiming it at the hand of Michael, who had previously closed his eyes. At that moment, he was thinking about the princess, and that this was his gratitude to her for showing him this world. Suddenly, a crash was heard somewhere above, which made everyone present flinch. They noticed that the barrier had been broken, At that same second, Even flew in, using her magic. The girl landed in front of her knight, shielding him from Ritter, who was stunned by her appearance. At that second, her face expressed only anger. In an imperious and cold voice, she asked the knight how dare he. Ritwer and Vint immediately staggered, after which they bowed low, politely greeting Her Highness. Mikhail could not believe his eyes, because he did not hope that she would arrive at the very last moment. She saw his doomed look and shabby appearance, but the next second her eyes darted towards the sword. She was shocked that he did not dare to fight back, and threw his sword, although she herself should have come earlier. Then she turned around sharply, looking at her brother and sister, who flinched when they saw the displeased expression on Eve's face. The girl frowned and slowly said that she had a general idea of what was happening here. Looking at the frightened relatives, she said that they called Michael here to attack him. She was very interested in what nonsense they decided to accuse him of. Stefania immediately began to justify herself. The princess said it was generous of them, so she decided to see what he had learned. Judging by the condition of his knees, they must have taught him to stand on them on a bed of sharp stones. Eve also noticed that he was fighting with their personal knights. It was a 2-on-1 fight, and he didn't even take out a weapon. On the other hand, their knights gave it their all, even using their sword energy to fight him. She then stated that they were going to accuse him of trying to harm the imperial family. This would happen as soon as Michael took out his sword. Realizing that they had been discovered, Stefania and Derek trembled. Handing it over to Michael, she said that having lived all her life in the imperial palace, she understood one thing. This place is an endless battlefield, and avoiding conflict is not always the best option. That was her lesson for him. Suddenly, she ordered him to pacify 2 knights who decided to raise their swords against him. Stefania began to be indignant, not believing that her sister was interceding so much for her personal knight. At that same second, Michael began to unsheath his sword with a smile on his face, agreeing with her order. Seeing the satisfied expression on the guy's face, the princess couldn't help but smile. "I'm glad that I made it on time." Then she turned her head towards her relatives, who in turn lowered their heads. Clapping her hands and assuming a friendly expression, Yuan sweetly declared that she would deal with the 2 of them herself. At this moment, they were the ones who were at a disadvantage and were trying to find a way to hush up the matter. Yuan took out the watching golem she picked up along the way, asking who put them up to this. At the same second, Stefania replied that it was Bridget. Then she asked what she ordered them to do. The girl replied that she had told them to see that her personal knight was removed from his position. She wanted them to seriously injure him so that he would be deemed incompetent to perform his duties. And if he pulled out a sword or resisted, she ordered him to be accused of trying to harm the imperial family. She preferred the latter option, so she told them to provoke him into attacking them. Suddenly, Derek shouted loudly that it was Betty's idea. He and Stephanie only did what they were told. If she's still angry at them, she can punish their personal knights, since that's what they're here for. Stefania tearfully asked not to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, her marriage negotiations could break down. Ritwer asked Her Highness to punish them. They would accept any punishment if it would calm her anger. Yuan replied that, contrary to their requests, she would not punish them, and there was a good reason for this in the person of their owners. Looking at her brother and sister, she said that instead of protecting their knights, they use them as a shield. She is not going to punish the knights instead of them. It is unfair that they become victims of quarrels between them. After all, they are just following their orders. Hearing these words, both knights froze in surprise. Eve said that she had everything that was recorded from the golem's observations. She would keep what happened today a secret. Stefania and Derek immediately beamed with joy. They thought that this would become public knowledge, but at that very second, the princess indicated that this would be only on one condition. They must apologize to Michael. Stephanie's face immediately scrunched up when she heard that they had to apologize to the homunculus. The dumbfounded princess thought that Yuan was just a lone alchemist. But, as it turned out, she was completely distraught. Yuan lowered her head for a second, and then fixed a menacing gaze on her sister, ordering her to ask for forgiveness. The girl immediately spread her hands, answering that she could ask her for it, but it would be too difficult for the homunculus. The princess again repeated her demand, not intending to take back her words, waiting for the condition to be fulfilled. Stefania began to understand that in this situation, she could not oppose anything to her sister. In an uncertain and barely audible voice, she began to apologize to Michael for pestering him. Derek bowed, also apologizing, adding that she hoped he would be lenient with them. Looking down at them, the knight answered in an indifferent tone that he forgives them and does not hold a grudge. At that second, they realized that their honor and dignity had collapsed, and they would not be able to wash themselves away from it for a long time. As she walked past them, Ewan said that she hoped they had learned their lesson today and would continue to think for themselves. Any stupid tricks they try to play on her only lead to unpleasant consequences. Looking at Vint, Ewan asked her if she was saying everything correctly, and she immediately agreed with her words. The princess raised her head up, declaring that they had erected an excellent barrier. It was a pity that it was for malicious purposes. Looking at Knight Derek, Ewan stated that what happened today was not their fault, even though they were here. Therefore, she hopes that Ritwer and Vint will not reproach themselves for this, because on the whole, they did the right thing. Then the princess said that she would like to leave now, asking to open the barrier. Vint immediately obeyed. Ewan was glad that she managed to save her knight and punished her brother and sister, while obtaining evidence. She then told Michael that it was time for them to return. He agreed, and they headed to the palace. Stefania and Derek were shaking with indignation, thinking only that today's humiliation should not come out. Evan and Michael slowly walked through the forest. Getting out to the exit, they were silent, and everyone thought about what had happened. The girl shuddered, feeling the gaze of the knight, who did not take his eyes off her. She stopped, asking that before she came why he didn't use his sword. Turning around, Ewan began to explain to him that he was strong and could settle everything if he took out his sword. But he was completely defenseless when she found him, so she didn't understand why he didn't stand up for himself. The guy was silent for several seconds, trying to find words, after which he replied that it was the best he could do. Eve asked him to explain in more detail why he decided that doing nothing was the best solution. He replied that she knew what would happen if he were accused of trying to harm the August. He didn't want to give her enemies a chance to ruin these plans, so he came to the conclusion that obedience was the best option. The knight believed that this was the right thing to do, but the princess thought completely differently, and it upset her. The girl asked if he remembered how she told him that she would do everything possible to protect him. By saying this, she also meant those situations when he himself creates problems, even if it was not his fault. He can fight back when he is in danger, and she, in turn, will take care of the consequences. Then they looked into each other's eyes carefully for a few seconds, cementing their trusting relationship. When Michael suddenly asked if she had power in the palace, this question hit Ewan's self-esteem very hard. She replied that it was painful, because she has some influence. She is still a princess after all. The knight realized that he had offended her, after which he began to ask for forgiveness, although his face did not express anything. The girl replied that everything was fine, after which she turned her face away, trying not to show any emotions. Sharply and suddenly, Michael fell to his knees, which greatly surprised the princess, who did not expect this. Ewan immediately asked what he was doing, then noticed his bleeding knee, ordering him to get up now. After all, if he remembers that she is a princess, then he should listen to her when she orders him to stand up. The guy continued to sit and tremble, while Eve thought that he would be hurt if he did not listen to her. With a defeated look, she closed her eyes and declared that he had won, after which she asked what he wanted to say. With a serious look, the guy replied that he did not make this decision earlier because he did not fully trust her. It's true, he now admits that he had the wrong way of thinking, but now everything has changed. He knows that she is doing this for a greater purpose, but he was worried about her and underestimated her competence. The knight realized that this was wrong on his part. Even was surprised that he was worried about her. She could not believe that Michael, who hated the summer with all his soul, was worried about her. He did what he did because he was worried about her, but it was rude of him, and he wanted to apologize. The princess also began to say that she forgives him and is not angry at all. The guy also thanked her for saving him. He is alive because she came at the right moment, and in a different situation, they would not be communicating now. Ewan replied that she gave him her word that she would protect him and was only fulfilling her promise made earlier. Michael said that she did this despite the fact that it was difficult to restrain him and from now on he will trust her. Clenching her hands into fists, the princess asked herself if he had always been such an honest and devoted person. Suddenly, the knight said that today he suddenly realized that he was incredibly lucky to be her personal knight. Therefore, he wants to serve as her sword with all his body and all his soul, in the name of Her Majesty's good goals. He is ready to conduct his service until she takes her place of honor on the throne and becomes empress. The girl was touched by his words, answering that she was also grateful that she had such a faithful knight. She thought about how the person who was a rebel in her previous life had decided to serve her now. Eve does everything right, suddenly remembering Michael's words from a past life that she should choose him. While the pictures were emerging in her memory, the guy called out to her, causing her to flinch and not pay attention to himself. He politely asked for her hand, after which he kissed her, thus showing politeness and gratitude. Raising his head, the knight smiled that he was glad to serve her, after which he declared that she was his princess. Such words stunned the girl, who immediately blushed and smiled, answering that she was also happy about it. When they returned to the palace, Yuan immediately gathered her servants in the living room to discuss what had happened. After listening to them, Stella asked that they created a problem by allegedly not serving her at night. It was her fault that things had come to this, adding that Her Highness should have paid more attention to the rumors. Eve told her not to worry, because they were determined to make it a problem, no matter what. The maid replied that she should have done at least something to prevent the princess from being insulted in this way. She then said that she promised to work harder so that she would not be influenced by such rumors again. It was almost time for dinner, so the maid invited the lady to eat in her bedroom. Today had been a long and hard day, so the princess thought it might be a good idea. As if on cue, Stella decided to ask if she would like to share dinner with Sir Agnito alone. The guy was slightly surprised by the maid's persistence, but tried not to show any signs. He realized that they wanted him to share a meal with the princess in her bedroom, considering it part of their job. Rising from the sofa, the knight stated that he would not mind joining her. The servants immediately smiled maliciously. The two maids immediately jumped up, saying that in that case he should clean up before dinner. They dragged him into another room, after which they began to dress him up and apply light makeup, doing everything possible. He believed that this was the best way to restore her honor in the palace. But did the princess herself order it? After 20 minutes, Stella invited Michael to Yuan's chambers, announcing that everything was ready and he could enter. With a calm look, the guy entered the room, hearing the maid creakingly lock the door behind him. The guy saw in front of him a smiling girl in a light white sundress who was waiting for him. Without thinking twice, they sat down opposite each other at the table, which was set with food and a few drinks. Working steadily with the cutlery, Michael noticed that everything prepared was very tasty. Even was happy that he liked everything, after which she suggested that they share meals with each other more often. The knight shuddered barely noticeably, after which he calmly replied that he didn't mind, if she didn't mind. Hearing an affirmative answer, the princess smiled, cementing that they would be together from now on. Looking at Even's contented face, Michael realized that he had no idea what was on her mind. Eve said that the 6th princess and 6th prince wouldn't cause trouble for a while, because they were scared by them. Therefore, she will keep the notes from the observations of the golem, because it is too early to engage in a fight with Bridget. The guy asked if she was going to keep the golem. She replied that for now she was keeping it in a birdcage. The knight asked if anything would happen for her illegally holding the property of the imperial palace. After all, sooner or later, someone will notice that he is missing and a search will begin, which may lead them here. With the help of Mr. Alvin, in the chamberlain's office, one tiny golem will be enough for observation. Eves replied that the chamberlain is a court rank of senior rank in monarchical countries, and a person with this rank. Michael replied that everything was true, but they couldn't keep him like this forever, and sooner or later they would have to let him go. The princess agreed, because it would be problematic if someone found it in her bedroom or decided to steal it. She then asked him not to worry, because she had already come up with a plan and would deal with it later when there was time. As soon as they finished dinner, the maids immediately began cleaning and clearing the table for tea. Smiling, the princess said that she would serve the tea herself, so the two of them could be free for today. The girls looked at the mistress in surprise, after which they smiled and wished them good night. Michael was surprised by this desire, because it was still quite early for bed, and he needed to return. When the servants left, Eve said that now they could talk in a more comfortable environment and enjoy tea. After this, the girl began to steadily fill the cups with the aromatic liquid that she had prepared with her own hands. Noticing the transparent color of the tea, the guy thought that usually personal knights served the imperial family at night. But at the same time, he realized that the princess would never allow him to do something like that. Suddenly, the princess called out to him and said that, as he had already guessed, she wanted to offer him something. With an awkward smile, the girl asked if he would agree to stay with her that night. When the guy heard this question, there was deathly silence, which only increased the tension. Michael's heart was pounding wildly as he tried to comprehend Yuan's request and what it entailed. Remembering the events of today, he decided that it would not be surprising to hear something like that from her. Gulping, the knight assumed that he had no choice but to obediently obey her. With a sharp movement, he drank all the tea in one gulp under the surprised look of Even, who knew that the tea was still hot. But then the guy jumped up from his seat, addressing the princess, who did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he began to stretch his shirt, saying that if he understood her correctly, he would start right now. The girl didn't fully understand what he was going to start, and couldn't even imagine what he was thinking about now. Michael replied that it would be better if she told him her preferences, because he was doing it for her. At that very second, the meaning of what was happening began to dawn on the princess, which is why she shuddered and blushed. She immediately felt ashamed, which is why she started waving her hands, saying that she didn't mean it at all. In fact, Even thought that he had already understood, but it seems that he didn't. Hearing this, Michael shuddered and stopped. The princess explained that this was not her intention when she asked him to stay with her for the night. With a guilty look, she explained that she just wanted him to sleep here and did not think about anything else. The next second, there was an awkward pause between them, during which they looked at each other. Ewan explained that they needed to spread the word so that people would see him leaving her room in the morning. Hearing this explanation, Michael immediately blushed and began quickly buttoning his shirt, lowering his head. Evan's face was also red, and she felt embarrassed by the situation she had dragged the knight into. Putting his hand on his face, Michael seriously thought about starting to serve her. And this was a common question. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. He decided that it was also because of the imprinting and the strong connection between them. Suddenly, the princess jumped up from her seat, quickly approaching the embarrassed guy, closing the distance. With a gentle movement, she placed her hand on his temple and then suddenly began to cast a spell. Looking into his eyes, the girl gently asked if he felt better after the calming spell. The guy immediately calmed down and smiled, answering that it was very effective, especially in this situation. Eve was pleased and then said that if they wanted the rumors to take root, they should continue to do so. Then she invited him to stay with her every Wednesday and pretend to be tired in the morning in order to deceive Stella as well. Michael nodded, silently agreeing with her proposal, because this way they could get rid of the rumors. This was enough for the princess, after which she said that she believed that he would definitely succeed. The next day, sitting at her desk, Ewan read the morning newspaper, looking for an interesting article. She noticed that the Luciard public bathhouse had opened for business, attracting a lot of attention. The profit will be higher than expected. At this rate, she will become more successful than in her previous life. Eve was sure Betty had heard the news by now and was probably furious right now. Although the most she can do is puff and puff, making various aromatic mixtures. When Stella approached her, the princess stated that she had done an excellent job and now everything was going smoothly. The maid replied that she was just doing her job. Eve said that she was too modest, but very talented. Smiling and looking at each other, the princess thought that she should give her a vacation when things had calmed down a bit. Stella remembered that she wanted to say that the goods she ordered earlier had arrived and were waiting for her. A few minutes later, she walked into the living room, into which Hugh and Ryan entered, holding a weighty thing in their hands. With a satisfied smile, Ewan politely asked to call Michael here, regardless of whether he was busy. After 5 minutes, the princess's personal knight entered the room and, looking at the voluminous case, asked what it was. The girl asked him to come closer so that he could not only look at it, but also open it personally. When he approached, Ewan leaned towards him and said with a smile that she told him that she would get a good sword. The guy immediately understood why he was called here. His heart fluttered when he saw his personal weapon. In front of him lay a sword of magnificent workmanship with a silver hilt and guard, as well as a scabbard made of black leather. With delight in his eyes, Vihail picked up the sword and began to examine it, saying that it looked simply excellent. Yuan was happy to see her knight happy, so she asked if he liked it. He agreed. He likes it to the point that he feels guilty that he will have to shed blood with it. The guy said this because he knew that a monster hunting competition would soon begin. Monster hunting competitions take place annually on a desert island, in the mountains and forests of Galapagon. The monsters of the island are locked there by a magical barrier. The homunculi hunt them and earn points for each kill. At the end of the competition, points are tallied to determine the winner, and monsters equals useful resources. The competition is almost like a harvest festival, during which the collection of alchemical resources begins. And since Hadelamid was founded by alchemy, the imperial family takes a special interest in the competition. Yuan explained that this is what swords are intended for. He did not find anything to answer the princess, because she was right. She then invited him to step aside for a moment and give her the sword, because there was something she would like to do. Taking the weapon in her hands, she headed into the living room, calling for a knight who slowly followed her. When the princess collected her thoughts, she immediately, imperiously, but politely, asked Michael to kneel down. The guy immediately complied with her order, dropping to one knee and bowing his head before his mistress. Yuan asked if he vowed to be her shield and sword, to fight her enemies and protect her from harm. He agreed, adding that even if the world turned its back on her, he would fight by her side. And he will gladly fulfill any of her orders or requests, even if it costs him his life. Then the princess asked if he swore on his honor to serve only her as a knight and no one else. He again answered in the affirmative, adding that he would give her his body and soul and would serve until his last breath. Yuan smiled because she knew that she would not have expected any other answer from her faithful and devoted personal knight. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, she declared that she would now bestow a position befitting his courage and honor. Leaning the blade against his shoulder, Eve solemnly declared that she recognized Michael Agneto as her knight. After that, the guy raised his head in surprise, looking at the smiling princess, as if seeing her for the first time. Handing him the sword, Eve said that she wanted to hold a formal knighting ceremony for him. Mikhail blushed slightly, as such an event was an incredibly important part in the life of any knight. The initiation ceremony is the most important rite for a knight, but homunculi are not allowed to perform it. A short statement read aloud to the training center manager is all they receive. But the princess decided to act contrary to this rule, giving Michael the honor of becoming a full-fledged knight. He stated that he wanted to thank her for the sword, asking her to tell him if there was anything he could do for her. The princess looked thoughtful, trying to think of what he could give her, when suddenly an inspiration descended on her. She then replied that she would really like him to take part in the monster hunting competition. The guy thought that Eve didn't even ask him to win the competition. She didn't look very ambitious. Smiling, he decided that in this case, he should become the best, so that she could feel the sweet taste of victory. Looking into her eyes, the guy solemnly announced that he vowed to bring her only honor and glory during the hunt. For several days, Galapagon was fully prepared for the start of the hunt, setting up tents and 2 ships. At the same time, Even and Michael arrived at the scene, carefully examining the surroundings and the people who had arrived. The princess began to tell her knight about this island, after which she asked what he thought about it. Looking up, he said in surprise that he thought there were crows flying here, but it looked like they were harpies. The girl confirmed that there was no one here except monsters. Away from them, a group of homunculi were already preparing to hunt. Meanwhile, nobles and aristocrats settled in tents, discussing various topics, including hunting. The island is a hunting ground for various dangerous creatures. Even the entrance looks like a giant monster's mouth. It is also the birthplace of the powerful and evil dragon Galamut, who reigned here for a long time. Suddenly, Yuan began to pull the blue ribbon from her hair, and then began to wrap it around Michael's sheath. The girl did this so that the ribbon would bring him good luck, after which she asked him to be extremely careful. The knight was flattered to accept such a gift, so he kissed her hand, asking her not to worry. Some nobles glanced in their direction, sincerely surprised at their relationship and close connection. Among the observers was Rosenit, whose knight was also supposed to take part in the hunt. Bridget, who was also among the nobility, watched her sister and her behavior with bared teeth. Looking at her knight, the worried princess mentally asked him to return safe and sound. Somewhere in the depths of the island, a terrible creature opened its eyes, declaring that the homunculi must die. Many centuries ago, when God left the world, evil dragons appeared and plunged everything into chaos. The Hadelamid Empire fought against them with an army of homunculi, killing Galamet, who was terrorizing them. This was the most powerful and evil of all the dragons that ever existed in this world. The remains of Galamut became a stone mine, used for the benefit of the empire in which the homunculi worked, and the most powerful creature on the island took over his empty lair, becoming the current king of this place. The empire often used other creatures on the island for alchemical experiments. By collecting their bodies during monster hunting competitions, they obtained various resources in this way. Michael and Millard ran through the forest, while the knight asked his comrade to be careful. The guy with silver hair replied that he did not expect to hear this from his main competitor. However, such a short dialogue caused me enmity between them, but a friendly smile and slight rivalry. They ran together, wanting to fight hand in hand and support each other in case of danger, even though they were apart. At the same time, Ivan looked at the gate. I only hope that everything will be okay with Michael during the hunt. Suddenly, her younger sister approached her, saying that today the place of honor would belong to her. In the same way, fixing her gaze on the gate, Rosinette said that Millard had sworn to her and would keep his promise. He had to return and bring the greatest honor to the White Rose of the Empire, no matter what the cost. Looking at her sister with a calm look, Eve thought that, as always, she was claiming the best. This was not surprising, because the August never took part in hunts, relying only on knights. Since fighting with swords was considered something offensive, homunculi had to do it. Therefore, it is natural that the homunculus knights were seen as simply a tool for victory. But it still wouldn't hurt to worry about them a little. Ewan sighed, wishing her sister all the best. Under Rosie's surprised look, the girl said that she would go inside, as she was a little tired during the trip. A few minutes later, people in the tent were saying that they had heard that pearlescent ink was all the rage. One of the ladies said that her mother tried to persuade her to buy it for her as a birthday present, and others wanted it too. But then eyes turned to Lady Aeneas when the good news about her business came up. The ladies of the court noticed that her bathing business was a great success, hastening to congratulate her on it. They immediately decided to ask her about the prices of magic stones that heat water, which are growing rapidly. This must be bad for business, but Anais replied that they had figured out how to heat water without stones. They connected the water supply to a nearby bakery's oven to heat the water, and everyone was delighted with the idea. The ladies began to ask how she came up with such an idea. She replied that their trading partner suggested it. They were initially offered this project as an honorary task to help improve sanitation conditions. The risks were high, because profits would be highly dependent on the price of magic stones, which was rising. And if it weren't for their partner, her family would have gone broke and been left with nothing. But she was incredibly lucky to meet him. With delight in their voices, everyone said that this man was really her savior, asking who it was. Before Anais could answer, one of the ladies asked to look back, announcing that the 7th princess had arrived. Ewan stood near the entrance, smiling politely, and greeting all the court ladies, showing etiquette. Separately from everyone else, she bowed to Lady Anais, saying that she was glad to see her, and she reciprocated. At that same second, a loud hubbub was heard from the tent that Her Highness had become a secret trading partner. Bridget, who was in a nearby tent, listened to the conversation where her sister was discussed. Anais said that the princess also gave them a recipe for the wonderful soap that is provided in their bathhouse. Even said she was interested in improving public sanitation and found a great way. Investing in a bath business can prevent the spread of various infectious diseases. One of the ladies noticed her achievements in capturing the floating prison monster and obtaining the emerald chambers. And now she even runs a bathhouse business. The question arose whether she was not involved in the relocation plan. Ewan replied that they flattered her, after which she said that she needed to move away, calling Lady Aeneas to her. They headed towards the forest, so that no one could overhear them. Eve said that they communicated through Stella, but she hasn't seen her in person since that day. He added that she did an excellent job, and she responded with gratitude. Anais asked if she saw the third princess who was looking at her. Eve replied that she felt it in the back of her head. The Viscountess said that she must be angry because the prosperity of their business would be her ruin. But she also worries that harm will come to Her Highness, who tried so hard to help with her business. Anais looked in surprise at the smiling girl, who seemed unbothered by such things. At that very second, she turned to Her Highness, deciding to inquire about one very important thing. The Viscountess was obliged to ask whether it might be that she had her sights set on the throne and the place of Empress. The girl humbly waited for an answer, looking at the thoughtful face of the princess, who did not know whether to answer. Bridget tried to ruin their family and business, so Chansley's company could take over what they had built. No one dared to contradict her or help them, because she was the main candidate for the role of crown princess. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Yuan appeared and offered them her help, demanding nothing in return. Revealing this to everyone would be tantamount to saying that she would oppose the third princess, and if she joins the fight for the throne, who will attract the attention of various parties, both friends and enemies. Anais asked if she understood the princess's actions correctly, and she tucked her hair behind her ear with an awkward movement. Then she straightened up, asking seriously if she said yes. Would that change their relationship? Stunned by such an answer, the Viscountess immediately fell to her knees in front of the princess. Yuan immediately started asking if she was okay, asking her worriedly to stand up because she would hurt her knees. Suddenly, Anis grabbed her hand, seriously declaring that she would serve her until her last breath. Yuan thanked her, saying that she would make sure that this did not become a decision she would regret. After this dialogue, they hurried back, where the ladies of the court were already waiting for them, continuing the conversation. Eve asked if they had missed anything, to which she heard the answer that the conversation was about the winner of the competition. The girl with burgundy hair guessed that this must be one of the princess's personal knights. They remembered that Sir Halston was the winner last year, coming out with a big lead, but this year more experienced knights are participating. Among them was Sylvestian, the personal knight of the 8th princess. But don't forget about Mikhail, the monster of the floating prison, who was also far from weak. Listening to these conversations, Yuan began to remember that in her past life, the winner was Sir Millard. In fact, he won every competition, duel, and tournament since then, thus bringing victory to Rosenith. This lasted only until Michael appeared in the palace, becoming the most powerful knight. Eve decided that this time the winner would be Michael, when suddenly she felt something new in the depths of her soul. She always congratulated other people on their victories, and always found herself on the sidelines, looking at other people's achievements. However, Yuan never thought that she herself could find herself in such a position and get closer to victory. Suddenly, she was overcome with sadness when she thought that in her past life she was very unhappy and lonely. She didn't particularly like to compete, but despite this, she had a low opinion of herself. The princess decided that this was abnormal, since she was of imperial blood, which meant she had to be a winner. It's also not fair to the people who trust her and follow her and give her hope. On top of that, now Michael is also on her side, which made the princess much stronger than before. Thinking of this, the sadness immediately changed to peace, and she should be more confident now. Anis turned to Her Highness with a smile on her face, asking her who she thought would win this race. This question took the girl by surprise, after which Yuan smiled, answering that, of course, it would be Michael. Hearing such a confident answer, the court ladies were immediately surprised and blushed, not expecting such a thing. Then they laughed sweetly, saying that it was a stupid question, because they did not expect any other answer from her. Suddenly, a shiver ran down the princess's spine as she felt someone's gaze on her. Turning around slightly, she noticed the dissatisfied expression on the face of Rosenet, who must have heard everything. Wasting no time, Yuan hurried to invite Anais to board the skyship. She certainly agreed. As they ascended the deck, walking along the stairs, a familiar male voice called out to Her Highness. It was Calix Rimitiello, who politely asked if he could also join her. Yuan remembered that it was he who mixed something into her drink at Rosie's birthday banquet. She immediately became interested in why he suddenly approached her and began asking for a conversation, like a friend. Yuan tensed, realizing that this man could not be trusted, much less let him get too close. Walking up the stairs, he said that he hoped he would see her again, because then she had to leave so early. At that very second, the princess decided to play along with him, taking on the image of a naive girl who did not notice the trick. But suddenly, the smile disappeared from her face when she said that she thought it would be better to leave before she got drunk. The guy tensed, answering that he would like to apologize for this because he did not want to force her to drink such a strong drink. According to imperial custom, a person must drink the first glass poured by another person. Failure to comply is considered an insult. His friends poured high-proof liquor into the drink and offered it to her. At that moment, Calix offered her his help by drinking a glass in her place. But all this was not without reason. After all, handing it over to him would mean that she would have to provide him with a favor in return, without having the right to refuse. Even decided to act directly and asked what he needed from her. He pretended that he did not understand the question. The girl explained that he was trying to get a favor from her, so she was wondering what he wanted so much. Looking at the court ladies, he replied that this was not a particularly appropriate place to discuss something like that. Suddenly, Anis came forward, apologizing for the interference and asking what kind of strange things he was saying. He was not ashamed when he played this trick on Her Highness, but now he decided to take care of his honor. The guy was surprised to see the Viscountess's formidable face, and Eve could not imagine that she could be straightforward. With a wave of her hand, the princess stated that it must be a personal request, so they would talk about it later. She pretended that she did not want to put him in a difficult position. Calix thanked her. Finally, the princess said that they would meet again, after which she went to the rest of the ladies. Turning her head, the girl noticed that the guy was still standing in the same place, politely placing his hand on his chest. She was then surprised to see Lady Anais lift her head up, declaring that it looked like it was going to rain. Yuan followed suit, listening as the other ladies suggested they look around a little and go back down. But the princess thought only about Michael, who defeated the next monster, leaving a special mark on him. Sheathing his sword, he examined the defeated monsters, thinking that he had only encountered small monsters. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he realized that to win the competition, he needed something bigger. Suddenly, the guy felt someone attacking him from behind, and with a sharp movement, he swung his leg. A second later, he realized that an ordinary slime had decided to attack him, which would not have harmed him. It was another insignificant monster, but it still needed the bodies of slimes and rockworms at Eve's request. Recently, a specialist asked her what they were for. Yuan replied that she was going to make a solvent from the slime juice. She explained that she would use it to melt the thick skin of rockworms and collect their fresh organs. Suddenly, the man had an epiphany, because they are used to increased stamina at night. Hearing this, Michael immediately shuddered, while the princess only blushed and nodded her head. However, the specialist was not against this situation, so he agreed. Eve stated that this is not what he was thinking about. A stamina potion made from rockworm organs effectively improves blood circulation in the human body. Studying it could help develop drugs for heart disease and could help many people. It could also help strengthen their empire's knowledge of medicine, which was a noble cause. They were assured that they would take care of the paperwork so that the bodies of the monsters would be sent to them. At the same second, Michael turned his head towards the slime, drawing his sword with an impartial face. Looking at the trembling creature, the guy said that the princess was looking for him, and he plans to help her. A couple of hours later, but he was looking at another stoneworm, which fell from his hand, bleeding. Looking around at the dead monsters, the knight hoped that this would be enough to get a lot of points. Then he began to make marks, leaving them on the bodies of monsters. I think that this is very troublesome. Suddenly, one of the plants released a poisonous cloud of smoke directly into the face of Michael, who immediately covered himself. Suddenly, he felt the magic of the wind, which immediately dispelled the poisonous cloud in the face of the surprised knight. While he was trying to understand what was happening, measured steps were heard behind him, belonging to the homunculus. Vint, who saved him, said that insectivorous plants have poisonous pollen. He should not inhale it. This place would turn into a forest of pitcher plants if the pollen spread, although that's not a bad thing. The guy listened carefully to her speeches, not fully understanding why she decided to help him, because they were rivals. The girl drew attention to the huge pile of monsters, deciding that slimes and stoneworms were his sworn enemies. Michael did not answer anything. Having heard the question where he would go, he decided to go through the swamp, offering her another path. He explained this by saying that he had already killed everyone here, after which he asked if she knew where Galamut's lair was. Vint replied that she knew, after which she turned her head towards Michael, as if carefully examining him. He didn't understand what he did to deserve such a questioning look, so he silently waited for an answer. By creating a magical flame, the girl decided that he was able to cope with it, so she could help him. With a wave of her hand, she sent a beam exactly to the place where the monster's lair should be. Looking at him again, Vint wished him good luck, in response to which Michael politely thanked her for her help. Some time later, Sylvestian quickly ran from place to place in search of prey. Suddenly, a monster appeared above him. It looked like a gargoyle. It was an inconvenient opponent who could fly. The monster decided to attack first, rushing forward, right at the knight, who was already ready to attack. With a deft movement, Millard dodged, looking with an imperious gaze at the monster, who was taken aback for a second. He decided to try again, but the homunculus was faster, cutting his flesh in half with a sword. He was sure that the monster was defeated, but he felt someone approaching from behind and turned around sharply. The knight felt his blade collide with something solid, but at that same second he noticed Michael in front of him. Returning the sword to its sheath, the guy said that it scared him. Michael asked whether he had come to the lair. Sylvestian answered in the negative. Let us explain that he was simply looking for the golden-maned hippopotamus, which should be here. The knight assumed that it was he who captured the lair this year, after which he asked what that ray was next to them. Michael explained that Vint made it, and it pointed to the monastery, after which they followed the sign. The beam ended near the cave, and at that same second they noticed a light inside, deciding that it was fireflies. In fact, these turned out to be the eyes of monsters, and at that very second one of them came forward, growling loudly and indignantly. Drawing his weapon, Millard stated that there were quite a lot of them here. Michael replied that he only needed the alpha. He offered to take the rest to his comrade, after which he rushed forward. Sylvestian was surprised at his action. He couldn't believe that he rushed at them alone, after which he asked him not to damage the fur. 20 minutes later, they stood at the entrance to the cave, looking at the defeated bodies of the monsters that were still breathing. Millard said he could keep it. They needed to keep at least some of them alive for next year, when suddenly his gaze shifted to Michael, who was nervously turning his head, as if looking for something. When asked what he was doing, he replied that he was looking for the alpha. He should already be free, since the entire pack was dead. Sylvestian stated that he had already found it. It was the big monster with 3 eyes that died at the very beginning. Michael did not expect that he would turn out to be such a weakling, when suddenly they felt that someone was approaching. A surprised Elijah came out from behind the trees, unable to believe that they had finished them off so quickly. He then said that the 2 leading candidates had teamed up, which didn't seem entirely fair. Millard replied that there was a spider's nest around the corner of a lonely rock. He could go there to hunt. With a bold smile, the guy thanked him, adding that this was a generous offer from the Knight of the White Rose. Elijah added that if he didn't bring something worthwhile for the princess, it would be a tiring night. Millard should have understood him, because he is sure that the White Rose of the Empire is no different from other princesses. Stunned, the knight replied that it was impudent on his part, and he was disrespecting the imperial family. He asked him not to be angry, adding that he would be better off doubting the loyalty of the floating prison monster. Hearing such a statement, Michael shuddered. Do not believe that this man decided to act so vilely. He turned around, looking sternly at Helston, who in turn only smiled sarcastically, looking at him. Sylvestian called out to Elijah, then looked at him sternly, hinting that he should end the performance. He turned around with a dissatisfied look, saying that they were too boring, and then headed in the other direction. Finally, he said that he would leave the 2 of them. The knights looked after him with a displeased look. Walking through the forest, Michael said that it was not surprising that they did not get rid of him, given such and such an attitude. Millard asked if he meant Elijah, explaining that they had tried before, but it wasn't because of his behavior. After all, as he knows, the training center conducts brutal training to turn the homunculi against each other. Michael learned that they were collecting young homunculi and forcing them to fight among themselves. They would also have heated survival matches where the last place finisher would be eliminated. The knight remembered that at that moment, he first rebelled against them, unable to come to terms with such a fate. Millard explained that Elijah participated in the elimination challenge, which surprised Michael. Sylvestian explained that from what he heard, he was almost eliminated because he couldn't pass the test. The interlocutor found it hard to believe that the third princess's personal knight was almost expelled under such circumstances. They decided to find other monsters, moving quickly through the forest, without stopping the fascinating dialogue. Millard said he wasn't sure if that was true, but he heard that someone turned down the fight in Elijah's place. When Michael found out exactly how he survived, a smile appeared on his face from the realization that it was him. At the same second, both knights noticed that it began to rain, which only intensified, interfering with their view. They doubted that it would end soon, when suddenly the ground beneath them began to crack, splitting into two parts. Michael did not have time to grab onto anything, which is why he decided that he would fall down. But Millard managed to pull him out. Suddenly, he noticed that Sylvestian was too big a name, so from now on, he decided to call Comrade Syl. This statement surprised Millard, because until that moment, no one had shown such attentiveness to him. Suddenly, they tensed up, hearing an unfamiliar voice in their heads, repeating that homunculi were disgusting. The knights immediately realized that it was a dark spirit. It must have been lured out by the rain, awakening it from sleep. While the spirit was insulting the homunculi, Syl noticed that there were quite a lot of them, but Michael explained that they were all one. They saw the dark spirit of the evil dragon, Galamut, but it was unlikely that he was as strong as he was during life. At that same second, an incredibly loud roar of the dragon erupted, which momentarily deafened the knights. Swinging its paw, the monster hoped to attack Millard. He dodged, but clots of darkness overtook him. At that same second, the wide-open mouth of a dragon appeared in front of him, but Michael did not have time to come to the rescue. After a moment, Syl opened his eyes, noticing that he was no longer in the forest, but inside the spirit itself. Then he realized that he had been swallowed, when suddenly a sharp wave of unbearable pain ran through his entire body. But when he removed his hand from his face, he noticed the bright and elegant silhouettes of the seventh princess and her personal knight. The guy couldn't help but admire their beauty and closeness, feeling a warm and pleasant feeling. On Rosanita's 18th birthday, the White Roses of the Empire, Syl accompanied her as a personal knight. But despite the fact that it was an honorable position, that evening he could not concentrate on his princess. His gaze was constantly on the couple, who looked completely different from the rest. The fact that his gaze was directed at someone other than his own mistress filled his soul with shame. This made him feel incredible pain, because he had to give all of himself to the girl who captured him. Suddenly, Millard raised his head, seeing Michael in front of him, who cut open the spirit and extended his hand. After a couple of minutes, the knight was freed from the depths of the monster, saying that it was as if he had read his thoughts. Michael replied that this was not surprising, because Galamut had power over the mind, and he should be careful. At that same second, they noticed that the spirit began to recover, and its shadow began to fall on the knights. Michael stated that this was annoying, noting that the dragon had become even larger and apparently more aggressive. Suddenly, the dragon rushed towards them, declaring that they were disgusting creatures and must die. Not wanting to put up with this, Michael rushed towards him, simultaneously drawing his new sword from its sheath. After several swings of the weapon, the monster let out a cry of pain, and the knight sank to the ground, looking at the injuries inflicted. Concerned, Sylvestian ran up to his comrade, suddenly freezing when he noticed that he was fine. Michael stated that it was unpleasant to hear the dragon's dumbfounded question as to how he wasn't hurt. These were his last words before the knight cut off his head, which flew several meters away. The monster remained standing in place, growing a new head, saying that the guy should be the king of the homunculi. Mikhail tensed when he heard this about himself, after which he replied that it would take some time. He had found where the monster's core was from the last attack, and this time he would kill it for real. In response to this, the dragon let out a deafening roar, but the guy realized what it meant and asked why he was laughing. The spirit of Galamut replied that he may not have been able to take over the king's mind, but he was able to learn something important. This information could help him defeat the homunculus king, who has decided to stand in his way right now. He saw that Michael also had an owner, and upon hearing this, the knight's eyes widened and his heart sank to his feet. Running forward again towards the monster, the guy ordered him not to dare do this, but he had already taken off into the air. Hundreds of voices immediately appeared in the knight's head, calling on each other to kill the owner for the sake of their family. At that moment, Millard ran up to him, worriedly asking if he was okay and if he was injured. Then he decided to ask where the dark spirit had gone, and without hearing an answer, he noticed that Michael began to run. Now the knight did not notice anything around him, thinking only that the dark spirit could harm the princess. After 10 minutes, the spirit of the dragon reached the place where the nobles were located, and anxiety and panic immediately arose. Bridget decided not to retreat, but to take command of the knights, ordering them to take their positions. The homunculi immediately lined up, standing behind her, preparing to fight the monster, drawing their blades. At the same time, Vint built a protective barrier in front of herself, protecting the children of the imperial family. Even, who covered her face with her hand from the smoke that was coming in her direction, tried to understand why he came here. She asked why Michael had not returned yet, because she and Rosie were among the August ones whose knights had not returned. The princess hoped that nothing had happened to him, but her friend froze, feeling someone's gaze on her. The spirit stated that she saved him time searching. Eve could not move and understand what was happening. The monster walked forward, standing in front of the princess and saying that she was the person who captured the homunculus king. He then opened his mouth, creating a sphere of energy, saying that she would pay for this and he would take her life. Bridget announced the dragon's breath, ordering everyone to retreat, secure the area, and prepare to strike. At the same time, Vint looked dumbfounded at Ewan, who stood still, looking at the monster in horror. The knight immediately turned to her, asking what she was doing, trying to convey to her that they should retreat. However, she said this too late. The dragon directed its breath towards the princess, wanting to destroy. As soon as the explosion occurred, the faces of Rosanith, Bridget, and the rest of the homunculi widened in horror. Suddenly, Ewan noticed her personal knight in front of her, who held out his sword, protecting his mistress. The guy turned slowly, barely audibly saying that he was here and she was no longer in danger. His appearance made the girl's heart beat again, because now she was sure that he was alive. The princess wanted to run up to him, but some force made her lose her balance and stumble. However, the girl did not fall, as Michael managed to grab her, pressing her to himself, carefully holding her. At first they looked at each other, after which they turned their gaze to the monster, who roared again. The knight's face immediately twisted with indignation as he asked how this monster dared to attack Her Highness. At that same second, he suddenly flew into the air, swinging his sword towards the dragon, hoping to finish it off. After all, he already knew where his core was. All that remained was to pierce this place with a blade and break his heart. The dragon declared that it would tear it to pieces, but as soon as the sword pierced its flesh, the monster roared in pain. As soon as the spirit core was destroyed, the dragon's body began to collapse, crumbling to the ground with a roar. Finally, the spirit declared that the king must die. Eves realized that he already knew that Michael was the king of the homunculi. Suddenly, she froze, asking herself where Michael was, who should have returned to her by now. Suddenly, despair settled in her soul, although she did not want to fully believe that her faithful knight had died. For several seconds, she watched the curtain of dust, from which a man suddenly emerged safe and sound. The knight walked straight towards her as she watched in amazement that he was not injured in any way. Now she didn't care about everything around her. The main thing was that Michael was alive, after which she rushed into his arms. Looking at her knight, the girl smiled, saying that she was very glad that he was not hurt and returned alive. The guy did not answer, keeping a calm face, which caused a surprised look from the princess, when suddenly he began to unbutton his jacket, raising even more questions from the girl about his behavior. Ewan blushed and looked away in shock, nervously asking herself why he suddenly began to undress. With a deft movement, the guy put his jacket on her, while Eve felt warmth in her body and heart. She looked into his eyes, then abruptly lowered her head, as if he just wanted to shelter her from the rain. However, Michael was in no hurry to let her go. Ewan noticed that his hands were shaking from the cold, or from fear for her. The princess wanted to take his hand, casting a heat spell on him to remove this jitters from him. However, the knight interrupted her by grabbing her hand, thereby causing a surprised look full of misunderstanding. Trying to fight the cold on his own, Michael said that he was glad that his princess was okay. These words made Ewan shudder, after which she lowered her head again, deciding that she couldn't stand it. Then she touched his cheek with her hand, giving him warmth and answering that all this happened only thanks to him. The girl said that now everything will be fine, and soon he will feel warm. Then she began to cast a spell. Michael felt the warmth of her skin, which is why he couldn't restrain himself and pressed her palm harder against his cheek. The rain stopped soon after the death of the dark spirit of the evil dragon, and people quickly began to repair the base. The monster hunting competition ended that same day, after which the winner was announced immediately. It turned out to be Michael, who was honorably awarded and congratulated on his victory. He was proud that he was able to save the princess. When they returned to the palace, Yuan said that she was very tired, and on such a day he should have rested at home. The girl smiled awkwardly, adding that she was sorry that he had to come here, since today was Wednesday. Michael turned in her direction, thanking her for her care with a smile, saying that he was completely fine. Approaching her bed, the guy covered the princess with a blanket, asking her to rest and not worry about him. For some time, he looked at the peacefully sleeping Yuan, who fell asleep at that very second, having experienced a hard day. When he was sure that the princess had fallen asleep, he sat down on the sofa, tiredly covering his face with his hand. The feeling that an imprinted homunculus experiences when its owner is in danger is similar to a heart attack. And if the owner dies, then the shock that the imprinted experiences is incomprehensible and the pain is unimaginable. A picture appeared in front of the guy's face when the dragon and Even stood in front of each other, like sworn enemies. In rare cases, the homunculus loses control and goes crazy, unable to bear the loss of its owner. Unable to sleep, Michael sat down on the sofa, deciding that perhaps he fell into this category, that he might go crazy. Then he remembered the last words of the spirit, who declared that the king must die, pondering the meaning. Michael thought that by king, the dragon meant that he was the most powerful homunculus among the others. Although the way he said it sounded different, if he was speaking literally, then the situation gets weirder. Leaning back on the sofa, the knight closed his eyes and thought that he would like to ask someone about this. Suddenly, he heard a sound from the princess, who was tossing and turning in her sleep, as if something was bothering her. Michael decided to stay close to her for a while, sitting down next to her, paying attention to her measured breathing. Galamut invaded the mind in order to find the owner. He does not know if other evil dragons will do the same, but it is very likely that they consider him their greatest enemy, because he is the king of the homunculi. However, Michael still does not know anything about this power, or about the power that he has in his hands. He knew one thing for sure. If this is the case, then his closeness to the princess puts her in danger, and he must protect her in any way he can. The easiest way to protect her is to interrupt the impression, but none of them will agree to this. A bright and pure image of Yuan appeared before the guy, without which his life would have lost any meaning. He slowly took a strand of her hair and then carefully brought it to his face, inhaling the aroma of her shampoo. The girl did not react to this, continuing to sleep peacefully, unaware of Michael's actions. The knight again that this is not something he wants to give up and would never do anything like that. Therefore, the only thing he can do is to protect her with his own strength, being her faithful knight. The next morning, Yuan sat in her office while Stella said that the Lucerda family's project was a great success. As a result, they were able to raise some funds that could be directed to high society. The maid asked what it was like to be a wealthy princess. She replied that she was happy. She is glad that she can provide for her people. Everyone left in high spirits, because everyone worked hard. The princess thought for a moment, then turned again to the maid, who was listening attentively. Yuan handed her a stack of papers, saying that she would like the maid to go somewhere at this address. Stella noted that this was one of the places she wanted to invest in, but it had a new owner. Even agreed with her, offering to go there, because she bought it especially for Stella for its faithful service. This is a luxury townhouse in the southern area. She hired maids for 6 months, so the house should be ready. Smiling, the princess said that there would be people there, and they would tell her what to do when she arrived. Not understanding anything, the maid looked questioningly at her mistress, but accepted all the important instructions. Before Stella left, Even asked her to call Michael, because she also prepared a surprise for him. 20 minutes later, the knight was sitting in the living room next to the princess, placing his sheathed sword on the table in front of her. Eve said that he probably didn't need magic stones to fight since he was already strong enough, so she chose one that he might like. The knight was curious about what she had prepared. Ewan inserted a magical stone of warmth and protection into his sheath so that it would warm Michael in the rain and heat. The knight raised his weapon with delight, surprised at how clearly the stone fit into the sheath. Then, with shock in his eyes, he discovered that it was an aegis, a top-grade shield magic stone. She must have chosen him since he lacks protection. He discreetly stated that he really liked her. Even thought that he would be disappointed with the heat stone because it is a basic thing, but he was happy with any gift from her. Smiling, the princess explained that she wanted to give him something that would fit the scabbard and not the sword. He realized that Eve wanted to prepare him for situations like those, where he would not be able to draw his sword. But then he said that she addresses him as a knight, which means he needs to address her as a master. The guy decided that it would be right if he spoke to her formally, even when they were alone. With a stern look, the princess replied that she liked the way they communicate now and did not want to change anything. Hearing that she had strange preferences, Eve replied that they were normal compared to other family members. He will feel distant if he talks to her formally, and she doesn't want that. Besides, since they were on the subject, she would like him to call her Eve in private. Michael looked away, embarrassed, and then awkwardly stated that he couldn't do it that easily. Even said that he called her that before, the guy replied. Then they tried to hide their identities. The girl stated that her brothers and sisters also allow her personal knight to call them by name. The knight put his hand to his mouth in thought, causing the princess to look at him in surprise. Blushing, Michael said that usually this is only possible at night, when the knights are left alone with their owners. Hearing this, Ewan immediately became embarrassed and blushed. The guy said that he knew that she didn't mean it. But these are imperial customs, so if she said this to another homunculus, he would take it the wrong way. Now that she thinks about it, it makes no sense for family members to allow homunculi to call them by name. After all, there is such a strict hierarchy. When suddenly the princess froze, her eyes widening. Pictures surfaced in her head when Michael in a past life was too close to her and called her by name. Ewan said that she understands why they allow communication with them without formality or etiquette. But what does it mean when a knight calls a member of the imperial family by name without permission? Hearing this question, the guy's face contorted, after which he grabbed the sword and asked who addressed her like that. Burning with anger, he decided that it was Elijah. In fact, it was himself, only from the past. The princess hastened to reassure him, assuring him that she was simply wondering whether such an action had any significance. Having calmed down a little, the guy sighed and answered that there are only 2 reasons why a knight could do this. The first reason was that the homunculus greatly despises her. These words hit Ewan painfully, but Michael continued, saying that the second reason was that he wanted to become her personal knight. The girl was even more surprised by this reason, since she could not believe that the past Michael wanted this. Suddenly, the guy added that, to be more precise, it was because he wanted to serve her at night. Seeing Eve blushing, Michael explained that for the homunculus to address her like that, he must be fearless. Meanwhile, the stunned princess finally understood what Michael wanted from her that time. And it was incredible. Not understanding anything, the knight looked at the shocked and embarrassed hostess, not knowing what to think. He asked if she had broken off relations with this homunculus before appointing him as her personal knight. Hearing this question, the girl did not see anger or a desire to kill in the guy's eyes, but only grief. There was an awkward pause between them, after which Ewan tried to think of something to say, saying that he was dead. Looking at the girl, Michael replied that he was relieved and disappointed at the same time. Ewan immediately realized that it seemed that his disappointment was only caused by the fact that he could not kill him himself. He then said that she had sent all her servants on vacation, which meant she was going to do something special. The princess replied that he was as smart as always, and today she would meet a very important person. She is going to go to her alchemist teacher, whom she has not seen for a long time, but now it is necessary. A few hours later, they arrived at the place. When Eve asked if he was tired, the guy replied that he was used to traveling. As soon as the door to the room opened, the princess flinched, noticing that something was approaching her. As it turned out, it was a small flying dragon named Uro, whom Ewan greeted. The knight watched in amazement as the princess talked to him, asking if the teacher was here. He also noticed that there were a lot of golems. Eve replied that her mother created them, and she was a golem alchemist. The girl discovered that it was quite dusty here immediately after she began coughing loudly, covering her mouth with her hand. She stated that she needed to clean up a bit, and then asked if he could wait there. When asked if she was going to do it, she replied that it is the student's responsibility to clean up after their teacher. She then put her hands out in front of her, casting a spell, when she suddenly began to glow with a golden and warm light. Magic was literally happening in front of Michael. All the scattered books soared up, falling into place. When the girl finished, he asked what she had just done, because it looked very unusual. Ewan replied that she just put a few books back on the shelf, nothing special. The guy explained that she calculated the correct location and trajectory of each book, moving them there. Eve asked about calculating the trajectory, to which she heard that for this, she needed excellent spatial orientation. She was just studying it because she was too lazy to move, not thinking that she would ever be praised for such a thing. Trajectory calculation is most important for ranged attack spells. Eve replied that she is not strong in combat spells. Michael said it was his job to keep her away from situations where she would have to fight. However, he knew about her knowledge of magic, but not alchemy. She replied that it was similar to her mother's specialty. Looking at him, Ewan smiled that it would be better to show him than to explain, and then called for him. Approaching the table, the princess pointed her hand at the glass sphere, inside of which was a human heart. Taking a closer look, the knight realized that this was nothing more than the alchemy of human anatomy, a forbidden area. He was sure that she knew about this, but he decided to ask if and when she was planning an uprising. Ewan replied that it was not like that, and she was simply researching methods of turning golems into internal organs. To find the right method of magic, she began to look for different ways to create an artificial heart. This was before she set her sights on the throne, so she is thinking of donating this research to the Alchemist Society. After all, she cannot do this herself, since this requires a lot of research findings, which she does not have. However, she could do this while she is here. Without understanding anything, Michael decided to ask what exactly. Taking the cauldron in her hands, the smiling princess replied that she would try to create a protective golem. Looking at the knight, the girl said that she would like him to give him a name, asking him to think carefully. Having discovered the sunset outside the window, Ewan decided that the teacher would not come soon, simultaneously asking for a lock of the knight's hair. She then said that they should stay here if it was too late, because there was an attic for visitors. Michael immediately asked where she would spend the night, to which he received the answer that there was another free room nearby. After a couple of hours, they finally decided to stay here for the night. The princess was in bed, quickly falling asleep. However, a moment later, she slowly opened her eyes, discovering that she was sitting on a log somewhere on the street. The girl quickly realized that she was in a dream, but knew that there was only one person who could do this. At that same second, a man appeared to her right, wrapped in a dark robe and with a bird mask on his face. It was her teacher who I smiled at, saying that she was doing much better than before. Ewan smiled back, happy to see her, and replied that quite a long time had passed. When a person reaches the highest level in the field of magic or alchemy, youth is given as a prize. This also applies to the art of swordsmanship. In 1 century, only one person is born with such talent, and the Sage of the Fir Forest was one of them. She was the personal teacher of the late 6th Empress. Before her death, the ruler expressed her last wish for her daughter to study alchemy. Since then, Ewan has become a student of the sage, absorbing the various subtleties of the study of magic and alchemy. When asked why she decided to meet her in a dream, she replied that she wanted to rest and recover, after which the teacher decided to ask a question about what made Ewan look for her, without warning in advance. Eve replied that she had gone back in time and was wondering if she knew how this could have happened. The woman replied that she was speaking as if there was nothing unusual about it, but she already knew about it. The princess prepared to prove that this was true, after which she was dumbfounded and asked if the teacher knew. The girl immediately began to ask how this was possible and why she returned. She wanted to know everything at once. The sage replied that if she talked about this, then she would reveal the secrets of nature to her, which she would not want. Ewan worriedly asked if this could harm her, or perhaps it could break the laws of the world. The teacher replied that she simply did not want to share this with her, Eve realized that she, as always, was greedy. The sage explained that she returned to the past because someone performed a ritual to go back in time. For this, the power of the philosopher's stone, alchemy, and magic of an incredibly high level were used. The princess did not think that the philosopher's stone would be involved here, but she can only guess about the rest. When asked who did it, the teacher replied that she could guess based on what was in the center. Seeing that her student did not understand, the woman explained that it was someone who loved her very much. She didn't want to give her a straight answer, wanting Eve to get to the truth on her own, albeit with clues. Eve had an epiphany when she stated that it was her teacher, and that was why she was now recovering. The sage replied that she was only half right. This stunned the girl, who asked what she meant. So she explained that this was not the work of one person. Ewan was surprised that someone else could have done this. After thinking, Eve assumed that it was Stella, but the teacher replied that she would never have thought of that. Returning requires a huge amount of magic and has a huge price, and the stone met these requirements. The teacher explained that only the emperor had access to the free use of the philosopher's stone. Looking at her student, she decided to ask the last question that would give her a direct and correct answer. The woman asked who was the last emperor she saw before going back in time. At that same second, the princess's eyes widened when the silhouette of Michael, who took the throne, appeared before her eyes. She couldn't believe that he was involved in this, but only he had access to the stone. With a worried expression on her face, she said uncertainly that the last emperor was Michael Anito. At the same time, the knight, who had also fallen asleep, suddenly woke up in the middle of a clearing, noticing the northern lights. He immediately felt that someone was watching him, after which he ordered the stranger to show himself. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the silhouette of a sage appeared, who did not expect such hostility from him. She said that she wanted him to enjoy the northern lights that she had created with such care and effort. Michael asked who she was, to which he received the answer that today she came here right away. Who would give him the answer to the question? That is why she is talking with him and her student separately. He drew attention to the word student. Then he was surprised to realize that the sage from the spruce forest was standing in front of him. The woman confirmed his guess. At that very second, the guy bowed, apologizing for his behavior, after which he introduced himself as the princess's personal knight. With a chuckle in her voice, the woman replied that the homunculus king did not need to be so polite to her. He said that Galamut used this title when speaking to him, then asked why she called him that. The sage replied that he was born with the power to rule over all homunculi, so this title suits him very well. Michael asked in surprise if this is not the role of the emperor, to be the true ruler of his people. He heard that the emperor's brainwashing and oppression were not even comparable to the power he had. The sage pointed her finger at him, stating that he was born with it, but the power of the homunculus king had not yet awakened in him. When he awakens it, he will gain dominance beyond that of the imperial family and free his brethren. When the guy heard that they would all be under his control, his eyes widened, after which he looked at his palm. This is hard to believe, because he is not the person who can command them, and such a role does not suit him. The sage asked him not to doubt, because in his previous life he did not want the throne, but everything turned out differently. After all, in the end, he rose and freed his family, taking the throne and trying on the role of emperor. Michael could not believe what he had just heard, because he could not imagine such a thing even in the strangest dream. The guy, dumbfounded, asked a clarifying question whether this really happened to him in a past life. And does she want to say that now he is living a second life, sincerely not understanding how this is even possible? The sage replied that it was all because someone could not come to terms with the loss of a loved one by turning back time. For this purpose, a special ritual was carried out, which took a lot of effort and resources, and it was crowned with success. The guy said that people who do this simply don't know how to appreciate what they have until it disappears. Sitting down, Michael asked how it was possible that the spirit of Galamut already knew that he was the king of the homunculi. The sage replied that the influence of high-level magic and alchemy is limited when it comes to evil dragons. Spirits are the essence of the mind, which means he must have gone back in time, retaining memories of the past. It was easy enough to recognize the knight, because Galamut had already met him after the awakening of his powers. The guy asked if she was able to recognize him because of the level of her abilities, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then she must also know who performed this ritual, and if she tells him the name, then he is personally ready to kill him. The next morning, Yuen was in the garden, squatting and looking at the various flowers. Closing her eyes, she thought that this was pointless. The princess could not believe that the past Michael loved her. The same Michael she knew turned back time to bring her back to life, just out of love. While Yuen was trying to understand why, the image of a knight appeared before her eyes, affectionately calling her name. Unconsciously imagining him, the princess immediately shuddered and blushed, trying to push these thoughts away. At that same second, Michael approached her from behind, turning to her highness, but she did not seem to hear him. The guy approached her, calling her a princess, but the girl thought that she couldn't calm down. Realizing that something was wrong, the knight leaned towards her and called her by name, after which he began to observe her reaction. Yuen slowly turned her head, noticing her knight, and trying to understand if she was imagining him at this moment. Then the girl suddenly jumped up from her seat, quickly and stutteringly asking how he knew she was here. The guy replied that he saw it from the top floor. Then he put a jacket on her, saying that she might catch a cold. At that moment, the princess thought that she did not want to doubt the words of the teacher, who could not be wrong. But the reason why the past Michael called her by name without her permission was only on his whim. Although he loved her, the girl was sure that the man also wanted to get her as a woman, making her his. Unconsciously imagining this, Yuen abruptly pulled away from the guy's arms, thinking that she couldn't look him in the eyes. Clearing her throat, she decided that she needed to calm down, because the past and present Michael were two different people. The girl convinced herself that these feelings disappeared after turning back time, and now none of this exists. When Yuen had visibly calmed down, the knight slowly stated that her teacher had visited his dream last night. Without waiting for questions from her, the guy said that she told him to give it to her. There was a scroll in his hands. Having accepted it from the knight's hands, the princess was surprised to notice that it was a magic scroll with quite strong magic. Yuen clarified that the sage rarely teaches her magic, after which she decided to ask what she and Michael were talking about. Looking at her, he remembered the sage's question about whether he was going to kill the man who had gone back in time.